10 and under Heat 1 riders, you guys got about 5 minutes of warm-up remaining. Just another reminder to all of our competitors, you guys are going straight to the finals here in the 10 and under division. So you are going to get two 45-second runs. Best run counts to impress the judges and find out where you stand in the rankings here today. Immediately following the 10 and under men's division, we're going to go into the podium ceremonies located on the backside of the roll-in over here, where we're going to find out where the riders rank up on the day, as well as who accumulated enough of those points to be crowned the amateur national champion in the 10 and under men's division. We got a lot of familiar faces out there on the course this morning. They've been following the series around all year long with the anticipation of potentially being crowned as the amateur national champion in the 10 and under men's division. Riders, you got about 3 more minutes on the clock of practice before we drop Huck in to start things off this morning. Once again, a Woodward camp. If you are outside of the hangar, make your way on inside at this time, because things are about to get heavy in a hurry. We are going to get round number 6 started here in just a couple of minutes. Heat 1 riders, 2 more minutes of practice before we get things started. We're going to have a quick riders meeting right in front of the box jump with Mr. Tony D. You guys got a couple more minutes to get those last second practice runs in. Another reminder as well, ladies and gentlemen, if you got friends or family at home that couldn't make it out here in person for the weekend, make sure you shoot them a text and say, hey, tune in to the USA BMX Freestyle Facebook page, the USA BMX Freestyle YouTube page, or any of their social medias, as USA BMX is going to be live streaming today's competitions. Make sure you get your friends and family online watching these young, talented riders throw down and do their thing out here this afternoon in Tehachapi. All right, riders in the 10 and under men's division at this time, please make your way to the flat bottom in front of the box jump for a riders meeting. We got our judges on hand this afternoon. We got Woodward camp lifer, Mr. Will the Thrill Thompson, BMX legend and the owner of the one-handed tabletop, Mr. Rob Darden, and of course, our head UCI sanctioned judge, Mike Laird. These guys are going to be scoring all the action out here this afternoon. Looks like the riders meeting has concluded. All of our competitors in Heat 1 of the 10 and under men's division, please make your way to your starting positions. Again, riders, you guys are going to get 2 45-second runs. Best run counts. So if you come out in run number 1 and have a bobble, you don't have to worry because we're not going to be combining your scores. You still have a whole nother run to come out and leave your mark on the judges' minds here this morning. One of the coolest things about freestyle BMX is the camaraderie. While all these riders are competing against each other, they're also great friends, feeding off each other's energy. It looks like our riders have found their starting positions. The judges are ready to go. Ladies and gentlemen, Woodward West, are you guys ready to get the final started? First rider to drop this morning, coming out of Bay Village, Ohio. Let's get that noise going right now for Huck Kernsky. Huck starting out on the far side of the park course. This young man is just 6 years old, launching that tranny pyramid. Huck keeping the speed going early on here in run number 1. Nice hip over the volcano in the center of the course as he makes his way towards the box jump section. I've heard some rumors about what we may see today out of this young shredder, and I am so excited for it. Ladies and gentlemen, keep your eyes on the box jump. Oh, Huck Kernsky going for the world's youngest backflip at just 6 years old. Huck, you still got about 5 seconds left on the clock, my friend. Making his way towards that street spine turkey tail area, and that is going to be time, finishing up with a nice transfer from the 6 foot to wedge. Put your hands together for our first rider of the day, Mr. Huck Kernsky. Wow, we started things off with a bang here this morning. We just saw a 6-year-old attempt a backflip on a bicycle. If that is a sign of things to come, ladies and gentlemen, we are in for a treat here this afternoon. Judges are tallying the scores on Huck. Tony D, we're having some issues submitting the scores over here. Again, Huck coming out swinging in run number 1, going for that backflip. Now, I don't believe he had the speed he quite wanted for that one. I have seen a video of that young man rotating backflips perfectly over at Ray's Mountain Bike Park in Cleveland, Ohio. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for bearing with us while we get all the technical stuff ironed out here this morning. And make sure at some point today you stop by all of the vendor booths outside. We've got representatives from a lot of our series sponsors out there. I saw a tent from ODI Grips, Dan's Comp Competition. Cody, could you please make your way over here to the roll-in? Again, Dan's Comp Mail Order has a booth set up outside. We've also got the people from Genuine BMX. They've been following the series around, coming out of Arizona. Riders, while we sort out the scoring here, if you guys want to roll around to keep the blood flowing, feel free. We don't want you guys to drop in for your run completely cold. Big shout out to Mike at Summit Athletics, looking after all of our athletes here today, making sure these riders are in tip-top shape. And if anybody was to go down, we've got great medical staff here to attend to these riders and get them back on the course. I see the Hyper Bike Co. guys, one of the series headline sponsors, setting up their tent outside. Make sure you stop by and check them out at some point today. Show some love to these great brands that are supporting the amateur freestyle BMX community. Again, these young riders, they've been competing all year long in the video online contest as well as the in-person 6 live competitions this year. The cool thing about the USA BMX Freestyle Series is you don't have to go to all 6 stops to potentially be crowned a national champion, because we're only taking your top 2 scores from the live competitions combined with those online video contests. Looks like our judges are ready. The scores are in on Huck. So we are going to move into our second rider of the day here in the 10 and under finals division. Riders, get to your starting positions. Next rider to drop, coming out of California. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Adam Corona. Adam, 45 seconds starts when you drop in. Adam starting out on the far side of the park course, dropping in on that big 6-foot bank, launching his way up onto the top of that tranny pyramid. Adam just sliding out on that one, but he's back onto his bike. Don't worry, Adam, you still got 30 seconds left on the clock, buddy. Keep it going, man. Adam cranking his way back across, looking to build that speed back up. Those super cool white camo tires on there. Adam, you got about 15 seconds left on the clock, buddy. Carving over the wedge-to-wedge hip on the box landing there. Nice transfer bank to quarter pipe. Adam working that far side of the park course, and that is going to be time for run number 1 out of Adam Corona. One of our youngest competitors out here this weekend. Looks like we've got the kinks in the judging system ironed out, so we're going to be moving in to rider number 3. Coming out of South Jordan, Utah, this is Carter Weaver. Carter starting things off on the box jump. Full extension on that 1-footer onto the box. Transferring his way up the waterfall section. A little fast plant into the far side of the park course. Carter catching some nice air on that tranny pyramid here in run number 1. You got about 25 seconds left on the clock, Carter. Transferring from the spine back onto the tranny pyramid and making his way over into the box jump section. Catching some nice air out of that bank. You got about 10 seconds left on the clock, Carter. Looking to finish strong here in run number 1. Carving over that 7-foot quarter hip. Wrapping things up with a nice air onto the box jump. That's going to be it for run number 1. Put your hands together for Carter Weaver. A great full 45-second run out of Carter here. Next rider to take their first contest run of the weekend, also coming out of California. Let's get loud for Killian Corona. 45 seconds on the clock. Killian starting things off on the box jump, going 1-footer this time. Making his way up the waterfall and over towards the far side of the park course. Nice transfer out of that upper bowl section. Carving around the vert wall, just sliding out on that one, but he is already back on his feet, looking to get the speed back up. You got about 20 seconds left on the clock, Killian. Keep it going, buddy. Killian curve wall ride on the far side of the park course. Transferring over that volcano. 5 seconds left, Killian. Carving up around the turkey tail. A nice transfer from that wedge wall into the quarter pipe, and that's going to be time for run number 1 out of Killian Corona. Another full pull out of one of our riders here in the 10 and under men's division, heat number 1. Next rider that we are going to bring into the course, part of that Oklahoma Army, coming out of Tulsa. Make some noise for Striker Church. Striker starting things off on the box jump. Nice 360, pulling it clean. Manualing up that waterfall, showing the judges the control he has on the bicycle. 30 seconds left on the clock. Striker charging towards that big street spine. Nice transfer on the hip over the tranny pyramid. Aaron quarter to bank. Manualing his way back across the tranny with 20 seconds left on the clock. Striker looking to transfer his way back into the box jump side of the course, going 180 fly out, just having to step off the bicycle. You got about 5 seconds left on the clock. Striker looking to finish strong here on the box jump, right in front of the judges. Pulling the 180, just fast planting into the landing. That's going to be time. Wow, an incredible run number 1 from Striker Church. Starting off run 1 with that picture-perfect 360 onto the box jump and finishing it up with that technical 180. So hard to do a trick to fakie in a contest run. Next rider that we are going to drop in for their first run of the weekend, coming out of Gilroy, California. Let's get loud for Adrian Onder. Adrian starting things off on the box jump. Pumping down that landing, looking to get the speed started here in run number 1 as he cars up the waterfall. Adrian pumping back down the waterfall, making his way over to that far side of the park course. Transferring up onto that tranny pyramid. You got about 20 seconds left on the clock, Adrian. Woodward camp, let's get loud. Let's get Adrian pumped up. Transferring his way over that volcano in the center of the park course. Looking to catch some air out of that bank with 10 seconds remaining in run number 1. Nice hip over the tranny pyramid. And that is going to be time for run number 1 out of Adrian Onder. We got 3 riders left here in Heat 1 of the 10 and under men's division yet to take their first run. This next guy has become a familiar face on the USA BMX Freestyle Series. Coming out of New York, put your hands together for Evan Gallagher. Evan starting things off on the Spocks. Transferring on the hip on that 6-foot Spocks in the center of the course. We call it a Spocks because it has a spine takeoff and a box jump landing. Evan catching some air over that tranny pyramid hip, landing a little low, but he's got the speed back up. Looking for that manual over the tranny box. You got about 20 seconds left on the clock. Evan going curve wall ride on the far side of the park course. Keeping the flow going here in run number 1. Nice fast plant on that tranny wall. Alley-oop air on the volcano. Cool line out of Evan here in run number 1. Back towards that Spocks, giving it a nice little style, kicking those bars out sideways, and that is going to be time for run number 1 out of Evan Gallagher. Judges are tallying the scores on Evan. We got 2 more riders yet to take their first run here. Next guy to drop coming out of Gig Harbor, Washington. Put your hands together for Jax Jairo. Jax, 45-second starts now. Starting things off with a whole bunch of speed. Flying over that box jump backwards. Nice, massive air on that 9-foot quarter. Styling it out over the box jump, letting that back end hang out sideways. Smooth transfer up into that far side of the park course. Huge air over that turkey tail. Jax going crazy here on run number 1. Massive air over the volcano in the center of the course. You got about 15 seconds left on the clock, Jax. This guy has been full throttle since the first second of his run, keeping the speed going here late in run number 1. Jax with a nice one-hander onto the box jump, and that is going to be time for run number 1 out of Jax Jairo. Jax flying around the course here in run number 1, touching every ramp in the hangar there. Jax definitely looking to impress the judges there in run number 1. Can't wait to see more from him in run 2 here shortly. But before we go back to the top of the order, we got 1 rider yet to take their first run. Last guy to drop here in Heat 1. Let's get loud, coming out of South Jordan, Utah, Bridger Weaver. Bridger starting things off on that Spocks. Nice X up over the Spocks. Pumping his way up that wedge wall and back into the park course. No footer up onto the box jump backwards. Bridger, you got 30 seconds left on the clock. Rocking that Nitro Circus helmet. Big 360 onto the deck of the box, pulling it clean. Bridger transferring over to that far side of the park course, twisting the throttle towards the turkey tail. Massive air. Smooth transfer out of that 7 up into the wedge wall. Can the tranny pyramid. 5 seconds remaining, Bridger. Dropping back down that Euro gap, and that is going to be time for run number 1 out of Bridger Weaver. A fantastic run 1 from Bridger. He had the tricks, the speed, the original lines. The judges have their work cut out for them here in the 10 and under men's division. So all of our riders have completed their first run here in Heat 1 of the 10 and under men's division, which means we're going to go back to the top of the order. If you guys take a look at the deck up here, we got Huck Kernsky looking to start out with maximum speed coming out of Bay Village, Ohio. 45 seconds starts when you drop in. Make some noise for Huck. Huck coming down that bank towards the box jump. Huck looking for that backflip once again. Just not quite having the speed he wanted to commit to the flip. Making a smart decision there to back out early. Where is Huck going to go here for run number 2? Making his way up the waterfall. You still got 20 seconds left on the clock, Huck. Transferring his way over to the far side of the park course. Carving up. Ooh, a nice air over the hip on the side of that street spine. Transferring over the tranny pyramid with 5 seconds remaining. And that is going to be time for run number 2 out of Huck Kernsky. Huck going for that world's youngest backflip to start off run number 2 again. Making the smart, wise decision there. Showing wisdom far past his age, knowing when to back out. He knew the speed wasn't right and decided to shut it down. Next rider to take their second run here this morning, coming out of California again, this is Adam Corona. Adam starting things off on that far side of the park course. Dropping in that big 6-foot bank, keeping the speed up across the hangar here this morning. Adam having a blast out there. Again, one of our youngest competitors in the field here this weekend. Adam, you got about 25 seconds left on the clock, my friend. Adam Berman around that wedge bowl corner over there. Keeping the flow going here in run number 2. Adam going for a transfer line there from the quarter to the bank. And that is going to be time for run number 2 out of Adam Corona. Put your hands together for this young shredder, ladies and gentlemen. Next guy to take his second run here this morning, coming out of South Jordan, Utah. Again, this is Carter Weaver. Carter is starting things off on the box jump, going 1-footer onto the box here in run number 2. Nice hip transfer up the waterfall and carving his way over to that far side of the park course. Transferring up onto the top of the tranny pyramid. You got about 25 seconds left on the clock. Nice hip over the wedge to wedge. Linking those hips back to back on that one. Looking for that manual up and over the tranny pyramid. Carving around that bowl section there on the front side of the box. You got 5 seconds left. And that's going to be time for run number 2 out of Carter Weaver. Carter looking to make his way back onto the deck before we drop in our next rider for run number 2. Coming out of California, let's get loud for Killian Corona. Killian starting things off on the box jump, going 1-footer onto the box here in run number 2. Pumping up the waterfall. Killian transferring over into the far side of the park course with the foot plant. Berman up and around that vert wall section. Oh, just sliding out. It is slick up there in the corner in the hangar. You still got about 15 seconds left on the clock. Killian pumping around the spine on the far side of the park course, looking to get the speed going towards that curve wall ride. 5 seconds left on the clock. Killian hipping his way over the tranny pyramid. And that's going to be time for run number 2 out of Killian Corona. Next guy coming in for his second run of the morning, part of that Quickie Mart crew out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Give it up, Striker Church. Striker starting things out. Nice air over the spocks to get run number 2 kicked off. Foot plant on that wedge wall. Striker coming towards the box jump. We saw that perfect 360 in run number 1. What's he got for us on the box in run number 2? Pulling the 360 off once again. Oh, cool line. Making his way up that grind box and transferring onto the waterfall. Spining his way over to the far side of the park course. You got about 10 seconds left on the clock, Striker. Striker with 5 seconds remaining, looking to finish strong here in run 2. Big 1-footer full extension over the spocks, and that's going to be time for run number 2 for Tulsa, Oklahoma's Striker Church. Striker pulling off that perfect 360 once again in run number 2. Moving right along the order here, dropping in for his second run. Coming out of Gilroy, California, this is Adrian Onder. Adrian starting things off on the top of the waterfall. Pumping down towards the tranny pyramid. Picking up that front wheel, pushing it over into the tranny. Adrian making his way over to that far side of the park course. You got about 25 seconds left on the clock, Adrian. Keep it going, man. Adrian hipping over the tranny pyramid, coming back towards the box jump side of the course. 10 seconds remaining, Adrian. Looking to finish strong here, run number 2. Carving his way back up the waterfall. And that's going to be time for run number 2 out of Adrian Onder. Waving to his friends and family on the deck after a great run number 2. We got 3 riders left to take their second runs here in Heat 1 of the 10 and under men's division. Next guy to drop, coming out of New York, Evan Gallagher. 45 seconds on the clock for Evan. Starting things off on that Spox hip, catching some nice air to start off run number 2. Transferring over into the far side of the park course. Evan hipping his way over the tranny pyramid. Nice air from the quarter to bank. You got about 25 seconds left on the clock, Evan. Going curve wall ride over there on the far side of the course. Evan with some nice air over the tranny pyramid hip, linking it right into that 7-foot quarter pipe hip. Evan, you got about 5 seconds left on the clock, enough time for one more trick. Evan going 1-footer onto the box jump backwards, and that is going to be time for run number 2 out of Evan Gallagher. Another great full 45-second run from Evan. This next rider had an action-packed run number 1, looking to do more of the same here in run 2. Coming out of Washington State, give it up for Jax Jaro. Jax starting things off, transferring over into that Spox landing. First rider we've seen hit that quarter pipe step up here today. Big air on the tranny wall. Jax making his way over to the box jump. Smooth on the 9-foot quarter pipe, going 360 onto the box jump this time. You got about 20 seconds left on the clock, Jax. Keeping the speed going here in run number 2. Looking smooth and in control of that bicycle. Another nice air on that 9-foot, twisting the throttle towards the waterfall. Jax transferring down that, linking it into another step down transfer. Super unique line out of Jax, and that is going to be time for run number 2 from Jax Jaro. Jax, loving that line from the quarter pipe to wedge wall, linking it right into that step down transfer. Our final rider to take their second run in Heat 1 of the 10 and under men's division comes out of South Jordan, Utah. Once again, this is Bridger Weaver. Bridger getting the knuckles from his friends on the deck before he drops in with a big 1-footed X up over the Spox to start things off. Bridger charging into the box jump section, going no-footer onto the box jump backwards. Nice air on the 9-foot quarter pipe. 360 onto the box jump, pulling it clean. Bridger, you got about 20 seconds left on the clock. Spine transfer up and over to the far side of the park course. Bridger launching that massive 6-foot street spine, transferring quarter to bank. You got about 5 seconds left, Bridger. No footer into the tranny pyramid. And that is going to be time for run number 2 out of Bridger Weaver. A fantastic second run from Bridger. Definitely stepping things up from run number 1. That is going to be all of our first heat riders have completed both of their runs here in the 10 and under men's division. That means at this time, we're going to bring our Heat 2 riders onto the course for a 10-minute warm-up session. Those riders are as follows: Riley Robinson, Samuel Marino, Steele Serlin, Porter Weaver, Mateo Fonseca, Nari, Liam Bowersox, Caden Cernius, and Connor Stitt. compete in a multi-stop points-driven series with a lot of these young riders hoping to make their way up through the ranks and eventually be competing in those pro classes. They are already going to have a leg up as they have been competing in a multi-stop series and know what it is all about to be consistent throughout the year, scoring maximum points. The points race for that national championship here in the 10 and under men's division is certainly close, with 5 or 6 riders all within striking distance. Again, immediately following the conclusion of all of our Heat 2 riders, we're going to go into the podium ceremonies located on the backside of the roll-in, and we are going to get our women's combined class on the course, starting their warm-up session. Heat 2 riders, you guys have just under 5 minutes of warm-up remaining. We saw a bunch of fantastic riding in heat number 1. And heat number 2 is looking to be quite a doozy. We got some of the most talented amateur BMX riders in the country. Riders, please hold up. We got a rider down. It has been so cool to watch these young amateur riders progress throughout the series this year. A lot of these guys have made their way to multiple stops, and to watch them grow and learn how to build a contest run has been so cool. Heat 2 riders, you got about 2 minutes left. It's like my upper body.
You live in the wrong place and not too well cold.
Again, a big shout out to all of the series sponsors making it possible for these amateurs. We're talking about Free Agent Bicycles, ODI Grips, Colt Bikes, Snafu Components, Dan's Comp Mail Order, and of course, Hyper Bike Co. Our series sponsors all have booths set up right outside the hangar. Make sure you guys stop by and check out some of the products they've brought out here this weekend. Heat 2 riders, 60 more seconds of warm-up time.
Look at your thing and tell me if Connor Stitt was last and Porter Weaver second to last. What happened to Connor Stitt? Did he go up as higher? No, he just goes last. He's so good. Porter Weaver second to last? Okay, we're good.
All right, Heat 2 riders, please make your way to the flat bottom in front of the box jump for a quick riders meeting.
Face planted with it or what? Yeah. I slid on my feet and I thought I was like just gonna slide all the way down and it catch, and when it caught, my foot flew everywhere.
Again, we are going straight to the finals here in the 10 and under men's division. Our Heat 2 riders are going to get two 45-second runs. Best run counts. They're going to be looking to leave their mark on the judges' minds here this morning. I see a lot of familiar faces out there in heat number 2. So excited to see what these young shredders are going to bring to the table here for the finals. Heat 2 riders are making their way to their starting positions. Looks like the riders have found their starting spots. The judges are ready. Woodward West, are you guys ready to get Heat 2 underway? First rider to drop coming out of Rhode Island. This guy is a Woodward camp staple, known for having more fun than just about everybody. There's a photo of his father on the wall. Let's get loud right now for Riley Robinson. Riley starting things off on the Spox. Nice air over that 6-foot Spox in the center of the park course. Carving up and over that tranny wall. Riley pumping into the box jump section here in run number 1. Nice air on the 9-foot quarter, going 360 onto the box jump, pulling it clean. You got about 20 seconds left on the clock, Riley. Spine transfer over into the far side of the park course, pumping up and around that upper vert wall. Step down in the spine, back into that waterfall section. You got about 5 seconds left on the clock, Riley. Enough time for one more hit, looking to impress the judges here in run number 1. And that's going to be time for run 1 out of Riley Robinson. This next guy to take his first run has become another staple here on the USA BMX Freestyle Series. Super cool style out of this young guy coming out of Tucson. Put your hands together for Samuel Marino. Samuel starting things off, massive air over that hip on the side of the box jump, hanging that back wheel out to the side, showing the judges he is fully in control on his bicycle. Looking like that was a nollie down the waterfall on the far side of the course. Nice hip transfer, linking it together with that quarter to bank transfer. You got about 20 seconds left on the clock, Samuel. Nice air transfer, quarter to bank. Cranking his way back across the hanger. Hipping that 7-foot quarter pipe. 10 seconds left. 1-footer over the Spox. 5 seconds left on the clock, Samuel. Looking to finish strong right in front of the judges. And that is going to be time. Finish it up with that clean 360. Samuel Marino having a great run number 1. Part of that genuine BMX crew coming out of Arizona. Next rider to take their first run of the weekend, coming out of Utah, this is Steele Serlin. Steele, also a familiar face on the USA BMX Freestyle Series, starting things off, no footer on the box jump. Hip transfer over into the far side of the park course. Steele launching over that 6-foot street spine, transferring quarter to bank. 25 seconds left on the clock. Steele 360 onto the tranny pyramid. First rider we've seen spin the tranny pyramid here today. Curve wall ride on the far side of the park course. You got about 10 seconds left on the clock. Steele charging towards the spocks in the center of the park course. A nice stylish fast plant over the spocks. And that is going to be time for a full pull run to number 1 out of Steele Serlin. Still charging across the course, showing the judges, I got more than 45 seconds in the tank. Next guy that we're going to welcome to the course this weekend, coming out of California, let's get loud for Mateo Fonseca. Mateo starting things off, backflip on the box jump, kicking off run number 1 with a bang, going no footer, bar spin over the transfer. Wow, Mateo going in here in run number 1, X-up transfer from the street spine to turkey tail. Bar spin, quarter to bank. You still got 25 seconds left on the clock, and Mateo has already crammed so many tricks here in run number 1. 15 seconds left as he makes his way back into the box jump side of the course. Mateo going truck driver onto the box jump. 360 bar spin. Pulling it absolutely perfect, and that is going to be time for run number 1 out of Mateo Fonseca. Mateo cramming so many difficult tricks into that run, as well as utilizing the entire course. Next guy to drop is another very familiar face on the series this year. Coming out of Florida, give it up for Nari. Nari starting things off, 360 X-up on the box jump. Going X-up to a little late tabletop action, 180 tabletop over that small spine. 30 seconds on the clock, Nari. Nari going tuck no-hander onto the tranny pyramid. Foot plant on that wedge wall. Superman onto the tranny pyramid this time. You got 20 seconds left on the clock. Nari going no-footed can-can up that Euro gap. Nari cramming so many tricks in already. Still got 10 seconds left. Going toboggan onto the tranny pyramid that time. 5 more seconds. Can-can over the hip. Tire grab over the spocks to wrap things up for run number 1 out of Nari. Put your hands together. An incredible run 1 from Nari. Nari has been improving at every stop I've seen him at this year, and it is super cool to watch. Next guy that we are going to bring to the course for his first run of the weekend, coming out of Chandler, Arizona, give it up for Liam Bowersox. Liam starting things out on top of that 9-foot quarter pipe. Cranking towards the box jump, going backflip to start run number 1. Liam coming out swinging here early in run 1, going 180 fakie up the waterfall. 180 disaster on that box landing. Liam transferring his way over that far side of the park course. You got about 20 seconds left on the clock, Liam. Nice air over that street spine. Transferring with a can-can, quarter to bank. 10 seconds left. Step up. Nice air on that wedge wall. Liam, you got about 5 seconds left. Looking to finish strong. 360 onto the box jump backwards. And that's going to be time for run number 1. Capping it off with that 180 half cab out. Make some noise for Liam Bowersox. This next guy to drop needs no introduction, but we are going to give him one anyways. He is one of the most talented amateur riders in the world at this time. You guys may recognize him from YouTube. Put your hands together right now for Washington's Caden Cernius. Caden starting things off. Big bar spin, clearing the entire box jump. Massive gap up that waterfall and gapping back down right afterwards. Caden keeping the speed going here early in run number 1. Double bar spin over the box jump hip, 540 from the quarter to bank. Just sliding out on that one. You still got 20 seconds left on the clock, Caden. Caden sliding out in run 1, but he had such a fantastic beginning to that run. I don't know how badly it will affect his scores. You still got 5 seconds left, Caden. Keep it going. Double tail whip over that 7-foot quarter pipe hip. Just sliding out on that one. Put your hands together for Caden Cernius. Caden going for that massive double tail whip over the hip to end run number 1. Caden is one of those riders that is in the runnings for that national championship here this weekend. Two riders yet to take their first run here in heat number 2 of the 10 and under men's division. Next guy coming out of South Jordan, Utah, this is Porter Weaver. Porter just getting that flat tire fixed right before his run, starting things off on the box jump side of the course. Porter going 360 onto the box jump here in run 1. Porter transferring over that small coping spine into the far side of the park course. You got about 20 seconds left on the clock, Porter. Nice air over that 6-foot street spine, transferring quarter to bank. Going the distance over the tranny pyramid. 10 seconds remaining, Porter looking to finish strong here in run number 1. Making his way back to the box jump side of the course, wrapping things up with that bar spin. Oh, just slipping the handlebars. Still a great run, number 1. Make some noise for Utah's Porter Weaver. Porter getting redemption on that bar spin for himself on that one. We got one rider remaining here in heat number 2 to take their first run. This young man is another one of the competitors that is in the runnings for that amateur national championship. Again, another one of the most talented amateur riders in the world. Coming out of Cottonwood Heights, Utah, this is Connor Stitt. Connor starting things off. Massive backflip over the spokes to kick off run number 1. Connor bar spin transfer over to the far side of the park course. Big smooth 360 over that 6-foot spine. Flare from the quarter to bank. 25 seconds left on the clock, Connor. Tail whip air on the 7-foot. Connor going absolutely crazy here in run number 1. 540 quarter to bank. 10 seconds left on the clock, Connor. Bar spin over the spokes. With 5 seconds left, so many tricks so far. How is Connor going to wrap up run number 1? And that is going to be time. Finishing up with that alley-oop over the hip. Put your hands together for a fantastic run number 1 out of Connor Stitt. Wow, the future of BMX is bright. These young riders in the 10 and under men's division are turning things up here in heat number 2. All of our riders have completed their first runs. That means we're going back to the top of the order. Coming out of Rhode Island, you know him, you love him. Make some noise for Riley Robinson. Riley starting things off. Tuck no hander over the spocks this time. Cranking up that wedge wall, looking to build up some speed as he makes his way into the box jump section. Riley, a nice air on that 9-foot quarter pipe. Transferring his way back over the spocks. You got about 20 seconds left on the clock, Riley. Riley's dad, known for his gorgeous tuck no-handers, and Riley showing us one of those over the spine to start things off here in run number 2. Nice foot plant on the wedge wall. Transferring over that tranny pyramid hip with 5 seconds remaining. Riley looking to finish strong here for his second run of the day. And that is going to be time for run number 2 for Rhode Island's Riley Robinson. This young man always has the biggest smile on his face, always having so much fun whenever he's on his bicycle. So in 2020, our crew of the year was the Quickie Mart crew coming out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. This year for 2021, we've got another crew looking to maybe shake things up. They're coming out of Arizona. We're talking about the Genuine BMX crew, and this next rider is going to be representing them coming out of Tucson, Arizona. Give it up for Samuel Marino. Samuel starting things off in the box jump. Going 180, pulling the rollout clean. Samuel transferring his way over into the far side of the park course. You got about 25 seconds left on the clock, Samuel. Going nollie into the tranny pyramid. Looking to get tech with that fakie. Again, pulling the rollout clean. 2 fakie tricks in one run, sticking both rollouts flawlessly. 180 up that bench. Oh, just tipping over on that one. You got about 5 seconds left, Samuel. And that's going to be time. Finishing up with a nice air over the hip. And a big knack over the spocks. Put your hands together for Arizona's Samuel Marino. Next guy to take his second run this morning, coming out of Utah, this is Steele Serlin. Steele starting things off on the far side of the park course, hipping over that tranny pyramid. Going 180 disaster on the bank here in run number 2. Steele with a nice 360 onto the tranny pyramid. 30 seconds left on the clock, Steele. Downside fast plant on that quarter pipe. And making his way over to the box jump section. Steele, you got about 15 seconds left, buddy. No footer onto the box jump. Full extension from Steele on that one. 10 seconds left. Steele looking to finish run number 2 with a bang here. Right in front of the judges at the buzzer. Going can, put your hands together for Steele Serlin. Another full 45-second run from Steele. This next guy had an absolutely insane run number 1, crammed with so many tricks. Can't wait to see what he has planned for us here in run number 2. Coming out of California, this is Mateo Fonseca. Mateo starting things off, backflip on the box jump once again. Going no footer over that wedge hip. Carving back down into the box jump section, looking to turn the speed up with 30 seconds left on the clock. Mateo going truck driver once again, pulling it clean. Mateo, you still got about 15 seconds remaining here in run number 2. Transferring up into that upper quarter pipe on the deck. First time we've seen any rider hit that line here today. Truck driver over the spokes. Oh my goodness. And that is going to be time for run number 2 out of Mateo Fonseca. Throwing down that 360 bar spin over that 6-foot spine in the center of the course. That ramp is about 3 times as tall as he is, and he just truck drivered it. Next rider to drop in, coming out of Florida, once again, this is Nari. Nari starting things off, Superman X up to frame stand lander. Shout out to Big Daddy with that Tanya Harding lander. Nari killing it here in run number 2. Looking for that X up over the street spine. X up from the quarter to bank. Rocket manual. Giving a little toe drag steez on that tranny pyramid. Going pull-up bar out of the bank. You still got 15 seconds left on the clock, Nari. Nari coming into the box jump section. What's he got planned here to cap off run number 2? Finishing with that big tuck no-hander at the buzzer. Put your hands together for Nari. Wow, starting things off with that Superman X-up. That is not a trick you see every day. Nari bringing his unique style here to the finals. We got 4 riders left in the lineup here in heat number 2. Next guy to take his second run coming out of Chandler, Arizona. This is Liam Bowersox. Liam starting things out on the 9-foot. Starting out backflip once again. Keeping it rolling, both feet on the pedals. Liam pumping his way down that waterfall, 360 onto the box jump backwards. You still got about 25 seconds left on the clock. Going 180 onto the box, 180 into the landing. Bringing out the burly tricks and the technical tricks here in run number 2. You still got 10 seconds remaining, Liam. Jumping that 6-foot street spine. Going topside can-can from the quarter to bank. And finish it off on that step up. That is going to be time for run number 2. A fantastic run from Liam. Showing us a little bit of everything, taking it upside down to start things off. We saw this next rider go for some absolutely insane tricks in run number 1. We are looking to see him clean them up here in run number 2. Coming out of Ridgefield, Washington, this is Caden Cernius. Caden capable of so many crazy tricks, starting things off bar spin over that entire box jump. launching his way up the waterfall before gapping back down. Caden, 30 seconds left on the clock. Nice air on that 9-foot quarter pipe. There's that double bar spin once again on the box jump hip. Caden making his way towards that 7-foot double tailwhip, pulling it clean this time. Straight to the pedals, right into a 360 over the spocks. 10 seconds left, Caden. So many insane tricks already. How is Caden gonna end things off? 360 over that 6-foot street spine and a flare from the corner to bank. That is gonna be time for run number 2. Caden Cernius is feeling it out here in Tehachapi. Pulling off some absolutely insane tricks from beginning to end. Showing the judges that, hey, even at the 45-second mark, I still got enough gas in the tank to throw a flare. Wow, these young riders are absolutely insane. And we still have 2 more riders yet to take their second run here. Looking to feed off of Caden's energy there from run number 2. Next guy coming out of South Jordan, Utah. Once again, this is Porter Weaver. Porter had that pit crew fixing his bike right before run number 1. Starting things off on the box jump. Nice 360 onto the box, just dabbing a foot, but he's keeping it rolling. 30 seconds left on the clock. Porter transferring his way over that small coping spine into the far side of the park course. Porter, nice air over the 6-foot street spine, transferring quarter to bank. Going can over the tranny pyramid hip. You got about 10 seconds left, Porter. Porter, how is he gonna end things off here? A run number 2, going for that bar spin, just dabbing the foot. And that is going to be time for run number 2 out of Porter Weaver. And the suspense is building here in the 10 and under men's division. We got 1 rider left to take their second run, and he is one of those riders that is in the runnings for that amateur national championship. He's coming out of Utah. Put your hands together once again for Connor Stidd. Connor is starting things off. No-handed backflip over the spocks. Bar spin transfer over to the far side of the park course. Cranking towards that street spine. Big 360 over the street spine. Going flare quarter to bank, pulling it clean. Connor alley-oop on that volcano. Step up hip onto the spine. Heading back towards the spocks. Backflip this time. You got about 15 seconds left on the clock, Connor. Tail whip on that tranny wall. With 5 seconds remaining, Connor looking to finish strong with that 540. Just slipping the pedals, but rolling away. An incredible run at number 2. Make some noise. Connor is pumped. And rightfully so. Wow. The judges have their work cut out for them here in the 10 and under men's division. Those 2 top riders in the points, Caden Cernius and Connor Stidd, both having incredible runs here, coming out swinging in run number 2, feeding off each other's energy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, while the judges tally the scores, we are going to have everybody move over to the backside of the roll-in for our podium ceremonies here in the 10 and under men's division. And not only are we going to find out where these riders rank up on the day, But we are about to find out how the points are going to fall and who is going to be crowned the amateur national champion in the 10 and under men's division. Wow, things already getting crazy here in the hangar, and that was only our first class of the day. All right, at this time, we are going to open up the course to our women's combined classes. You guys are going to have a 10-minute warm-up session.
Oh, here we are. Sweet.
Hey, great work today. They're going to start announcing the places. A lot of hard work this year, right?
So we're gonna go. Yeah, all these kids are gonna get a fucking award. I don't know if I got enough, but the older guys, fuck them.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we get into the standings here in the 10 and under men's division, let's put our hands together one more time for all of the competitors here following the series throughout the year. Our 18th place finisher on the weekend, I believe he is our youngest rider in the field. Put your hands together for Adam Corona. Coming in 17th is Adrian Onder. Your 16th place finisher is Porter Weaver.
I said Porter. Oh, wait. Carter just went that. That's all right. F it. Just keep going. Not our problem. Call the name.
Next guy to go, we saw him attempt the world's youngest backflip. Not quite getting it this weekend, but I'm sure he's going to get that done in the future. Make some noise for Huck Kernsky. Our 14th place finisher on the weekend is Evan Gallagher. Coming in 13th, Killian Corona. Our 12th place finisher and Woodward Camp royalty, Mr. Riley Robinson. Finishing just outside of the top 10 in the 11th is Carter Weaver. I believe Porter might have came up and grabbed, or Carter might have grabbed Porter's award earlier. Finishing in 10th this weekend, Mr. Steel Serlin. Our 9th place finisher, one of my favorite guys to watch here in the 10 and under men's division, Samuel Marino. Finishing in a very respectable 8th place, Striker Church. Your 7th place finisher for round number 6, Liam Bowersox. Finishing in 6th place, Bridger Weaver. And moving in to our top 5 positions, in 5th place, one of the only riders I've ever seen do a Superman X-Up. Make some noise for Nari! Our 4th place finisher was absolutely full throttle from beginning to end. Give it up for Jax J-Ro.
That was 4th, so next will be 3rd.
And that means we are moving in to our podium positions here in the 10 and under men's division. We saw this guy truck driver, a 6-foot tall spine. Give it up for Mateo Fonseca. And then there were 2. These next 2 riders were so close in the points. They both had incredible runs out here today. Finishing in 2nd place, give it up for Connor Stitt. And you guys know what that means. He went down in run number 1, but he came out in run number 2, got his redemption, and took the win out here this weekend. Give it up for Caden Cernius. Congratulations to our podium and all of our competitors out here in the 10 and under men's division. Hold on 1 minute. We got our trophies from today, but we still need to award that amateur national champion here in the 10 and under men's division. These riders have been following the series all year long. They've been riding in the video contest. They've been riding in the live contest. And your 2021 USA BMX Freestyle Amateur National Champion is Caden Cernius. Shane from USA BMX presenting him with that championship belt. Again, huge congratulations to all of our competitors here in the 10 and under men's division. And I want to extend a huge thank you to all the moms and dads and family members for bringing these young amateurs to all of these stops this year. Incredible riding from all of our competitors. All right, ladies, in the women's combined class, you guys have about 1 minute of warm-up remaining. Rob Darden, if you could please make your way back to the judges' tower. With our 10 and under men's class wrapped up here this morning, big congratulations to Caden Cernius, taking home that amateur national champion title in 2021. All right, ladies, please meet on the flat bottom in front of the box jump for a quick riders meeting.
Do you know how many classes are represented? Most girls we've ever had? Yeah, right.
Again, these women are going to get 2 45-second runs, best run counts. And there are multiple classes represented here in the women's combined division. We are going to let these ladies all ride together so they can feed off of each other's positive energy and bring out the best riding they have to offer here. Ladies, please make your way to your starting positions.
Hey, Tony, how many classes are represented in 3? 11 to 11 to 14, 15.
So we have women from the 10 and under division, the 11 to 14, and the 15 and over being represented here in the women's combined class this weekend. So while these ladies are all going to be riding together, there is going to be 3 first place finishers coming out of this group, as well as 3 amateur national champions in their respective divisions. Looks like the riders are ready to go. The judges are ready to go. Woodward West, are you guys ready to get the women's combined class started? Our first rider to take her first run of the weekend. If I had to pick a personal favorite rider on the whole series this year, this is probably her. Put your hands together for New Jersey's Lily Voss. Lily starting things off on the box jump, transferring her way up that waterfall hip, spining into the far side of the park course. Lily charging back towards the box jump section. Nice transfer from the quarter to bank. Jumping that 6-foot box in the center of the course. You got about 15 seconds left on the clock, Lily. Lily looking to finish run 1 strong here. Nice hip over the tranny pyramid. Going can onto the box jump. And that is going to be time. Finishing up with that 180. Put your hands together. Run 1, Lily Voss. Next rider to take her first run of the weekend. We saw her earlier this year at the Premises Park in Arizona. Welcome back. Make some noise for Kaylee Thunstrom. 45 seconds on the clock. Kaylee starting things off in the box jump section. Kaylee, nice 1-footer onto the box jump to start things off here in run number 1. You got plenty of time left on the clock. Kaylee making her way over to the far side of the park course here in the hangar. Oh, just sliding out. Kaylee, you still got about 15 seconds left if you want it. She is back on her bicycle, ready to keep it going here in run number 1. 10 seconds remaining, Kaylee. Rocking that S&M top tube pad. Hipping her way over that tranny pyramid with 5 seconds remaining. Transferring wedge hip and linking it right into that other hip, and that is going to be time for run number 1 out of Kaylee. Again, we have 3 separate classes represented here in the women's combined division this weekend. Next rider to take her first run of the weekend, also another familiar face on the USA BMX Freestyle Series, coming out of Riverside, California. Give it up for Soraya Shanaday. Soraya starting things off. Nice air over the spocks in the center of the park course. Transferring from the quarter pipe up onto the deck. First time we've seen that transfer here today. Soraya launching that 6-foot street spine on the far side of the course. You got about 25 seconds left on the clock, Soraya. Working that spine section. Gapping up the Euro. 15 seconds left on the clock. Soraya looking to finish strong here in run number 1. 5 seconds remaining. Soraya capping off a run 1 with that nice no-hander onto the box jump. A full 45-second run. Make some noise for Soraya. Next rider to take her first run, coming out of California, make some noise for Sage Thunstrom. 45 seconds starts when you drop in. Sage starting out with that unique 1-foot drop right into a can over the spocks. Starting off run number 1 with a bang. Sage transferring from that step down. Nice tabletop over the volcano in the center of the park course. Little steezy 1-footer action from the quarter to bank. Looking for that T-bog over the street spine. You got 20 seconds left on the clock, Sage. Sage has crammed so many tricks into her run, and she still has 15 seconds remaining to impress the judges. 10 seconds left on the clock, Sage. Finishing up with that bar spin onto the box jump, and that is going to be time for a great run at number 1 out of Sage. Sage had so many cool tricks in that run, starting off with that super unique 1-foot drop off the deck of the 9-foot into the bank, straight into that can over the spocks. We have 3 ladies left to take their first run here in the women's combined division. Next rider to take her first run coming out of Utah, this is Kier Serlin. Kier, another very familiar face here on the USA BMX Freestyle Series. Starting things off, tire grab on the box jump. 180 over that coping spine, pulling it clean. Cranking with a nice air over that turkey tail. Hanging that back wheel out, transferring quarter to bank. You got about 20 seconds left on the clock here. Kier having an absolutely great run so far, going 180 bar spin. Kier, you got 10 seconds left on the clock. Pull-up bar onto that box jump backwards. Looking to finish things off with a bang here in run number 1. Nice 360. And that is going to be time for an incredible run at number 1 for Utah's Kier Serlin. Wow, Kier having an incredible run number 1, cramming so many tricks in there. We got 2 riders yet to take their first run. Next woman to drop in. Next rider to drop in, coming out of Gilbert, Arizona. Give it up for Charlie Berry. Charlie starting things off on the box jump. This is Charlie's first BMX contest ever. Woodward West, let's get behind Charlie Berry. Making her way over to the far side of the park course. Transferring over that tranny pyramid hip. You got about 25 seconds left on the clock, Charlie. Charlie working the park course here in the hangar, making sure she touches every ramp out there. Charlie, you got about 10 seconds left on the clock. Nice 1-footer onto the tranny pyramid. And that's going to be time for run number 1 out of Charlie Berry. Her first contest ever, and she lays down a 45-second full pull. We have 1 more woman to take her first run here in the women's combined division. Coming out of Valley Glen, California, put your hands together for Charlie Finn. Charlie starting things off on the box jump, going tire grab. Charlie, nice downside fast plant transfer over to that far side of the park course. Making her way towards that big turkey tail. Airing out that 7-foot quarter pipe, manualing her way across the top of the training pyramid. You got about 20 seconds left on the clock, Charlie. Going 180 out of the bank, pulling the rollout clean. 15 seconds remaining for run number 1. Charlie airing that tranny wall out, manualing her way back across the tranny pyramid. And finishing off run number 1 with that 180. Put your hands together for Charlie Finn. Wow, all of these ladies in the women's combined class having full 45-second runs. And we are going to go back to the top of the order and see what they have to offer here for run number 2. First rider to take her second run, coming out of New Jersey, this is Lily Voss. Lily starting things off, transferring down that Euro gap. Nice hip over the tranny pyramid, airing quarter to bank. Hip in both directions on the tranny pyramid, showing the judges she can go left, she can go right. Curve wall ride. You got about 25 seconds left on the clock. Lily looking to finish strong here in run number 2. Keep it going, Lily. charging towards the box jump. Nice one-hander, almost a ground chuck, grabbing that seat behind her back on that one. You got about 10 seconds remaining, Lily. Keep it going. Making her way towards the box jump. What's she going to finish things off with? Nice can-can, and that is going to be time for run number 2 out of Lily Voss. Incredible riding all series long from Lily. Next rider to take her second run here in the women's combined division. Put your hands together for Kaylee Thunstrom. Kaylee starting things off in the box jump section, representing S&M Bicycles on that top tube pad. Nice one-footer up onto the box jump. Kaylee transferring over that smaller coping spine, making her way to the far side of the park course. You got about 20 seconds left on the clock, Kaylee. A one-footer up onto the tranny pyramid, carving her way across that wedge wall. You got about 10 seconds left, Kaylee, here in run number 2. Berman her way around that wedge bowl section. 5 seconds on the clock. And that is going to be time for run number 2 from Kaylee. Staying on her bike and keeping it smooth from beginning to end. Impressive riding from Kaylee here in run number 2. Next rider had a great run, number 1, looking to do more of the same here in run 2. Coming out of Riverside, give it up for Soraya Shanade. Soraya starting things off on that street spine, cranking towards the upper park section. Nice fast plant. You got about 30 seconds left on the clock, Soraya. Transferring a quarter to bank. Nice hip over the tranny pyramid. 20 seconds left on the clock, Soraya. Keeping the speed going from beginning to end is the goal, and Soraya is doing just that. She's making her way into the box jump side of the course. Nice can-can to can-can lander. Pulling it back onto the pedals, onto the way into the box landing. Transferring over that coping spine, and that is going to be time for run number 2 out of Soraya. Moving right along, next rider to take her second run of the weekend, coming out of Sun City, California, this is Sage Thunstrom. Sage starting things off with that drop in off the top of the 9-foot, once again going X up over the spocks. Nice, catching some air up that step up. Sage making her way over that box jump backwards. Nice topside can-can over that 7-foot quarter-to-quarter hip. You got about 20 seconds left on the clock. Sage going double peg stall. 15 seconds remaining as she makes her way into the box jump section of the course. Sage going 360 onto the box that time, pulling it clean. 5 seconds remaining if you want it, Sage. Finishing up with that pull-up bar, and that is going to be time for run number 2 out of Sage Thunstrom. Sage pulling out that smooth 360 onto the box jump here in run 2. We have 3 women yet to take their second run. Next lady to drop in, coming out of Utah. Give it up one more time for Kier Serlin. Kier is an absolute powerhouse on the bicycle, starting things off can-can over the spocks. Big air up the step up. Kier making her way into the box jump section. Airing out that 9-foot, what she got on the box jump, going 360 onto the box. 20 seconds left on the clock. Kier, 180 over that coping spine, pulling it. Kier keeping it together here in run 2. You got 15 seconds left on the clock. Big can air from quarter to bank. Going the distance over that tranny pyramid hip. And finishing things up with the pull-up bar and the fakie. An incredible run to number 2. Make some noise for Kier Serlin. Kier with an action-packed run number 2, cramming so many tricks in there. Next rider to take her final run of the contest, coming out of Gilbert, Arizona, give it up for Charlie Berry. Again, this is Charlie's first BMX contest ever. 45 seconds starts when you drop in. Charlie starting things out with a nice 1-footer onto the top of the box jump. Pumping up the waterfall. Nice sprocket to over on that smaller coping spine. Catching some air onto the tranny pyramid. You got about 20 seconds left on the clock, Charlie. Charlie looking to keep the flow going here in run number 2, berming her way around the wedge bowl section. 10 seconds left on the clock, Charlie. One-hander onto the tranny pyramid this time. And that is going to be time for run number 2 for Charlie Berry. Her first BMX contest ever, and she comes out and has 2 45-second runs. We have one rider remaining here in the women's combined class to take her second run. Coming out of Valley Glen, California, let's get loud one more time for Charlie Finn. Charlie starting things out, tuck no-hander on the box jump. Pumping up that waterfall, looking to build up some speed into the far side of the park course. Charlie, you got 30 seconds left on the clock. Transferring that hip in front of the turkey tail. Charlie manualing her way back across the tranny pyramid, going 180 out of that bank, pulling the rollout clean right into a fakie air on the quarter pipe. 10 seconds left on the clock. Charlie looking to finish strong here in run number 2. Airing out that 7-foot quarter pipe as she cranks across the park course. Finishing it up with a nice air out of the bank. Put your hands together for Charlie Finn. All right, that is going to conclude our women's combined class out here. Again, we have 3 classes represented in that women's combined division. We are going to move right into the podium ceremonies for all 3 of those classes, located on the back side of the roll-in over here.
shit, what time is it? So remember, there's three different age groups. Three different age groups. Which ones? So I'm just gonna walk through. Perfect. Let's get it going. Ready to go. Charlie.
Yeah, but she's not on there.
Yes, she is. It's Helen.
It's not on here. So it's you guys, whatever was sent to you, it's not on there.
We have the same thing.
So anyway, I'll follow your lead. Yeah, okay.
She got second. Yeah, no.
In her class?
In her class. 15 and over. Second.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please make your way over to the podium ceremonies. In the 10 and under women's division, your second place finisher on the weekend, give it up for Kaylee Thunstrom. And your first place finisher for round 6 in the 10 and under women's class, a staple on the series. Give it up for Lily Voss. Big round of applause to our 10 and under women's competitors. Now don't go too far because we still have some amateur national champions to crown here in just a moment. Moving in to the 11 to 14 women's division. Our second place finisher, give it up for Sage Thunstrom. And finishing in first this weekend in the 11 to 14 women's class, none other than Kier Serlin.
That's cool.
Third place. Shane, we messed up, Soraya.
Okay,
Third place. Third place.
Sorry for the confusion. Our third place finisher in the 11 to 14 women's division. Let's put our hands together for Soraya Shanaday.
No.
Big congratulations to all of our women in the 11 to 14 class. Do not go too far because in just a moment we are going to be crowning an amateur national champion in the 11 to 14 women's class. Moving into our 15 and over women's class. Finishing in second place this weekend at her first BMX contest ever. Give it up for Charlie Berry. And that means your first place finisher in the women's 15 and over class. Make some noise for Charlie Finn. Big congratulations to both of our competitors in the 15 and over women's class. So we found out how our women have placed here on the weekend for round number 6. But this is a series, and we need to find out who is the amateur national champion in these classes. The 10 and under women's 2021 amateur national champion is Lily Voss. Lily has been following the series around all year long, putting in the work, and it paid off here at round number 6 of the finals. Congratulations, Lily, on being the 2021 10 and under amateur national champion. In the 11 to 14 women's division, another very familiar face out here on the series. It's been so awesome watching her progress as a rider. Give it up for your 11 to 14 women amateur national champion for 2021, Kier Serlin.
Don't break the iPad. Imagine the fence just breaks. Right. No.
And that means we have one more woman to crown as an amateur national champion in the women's 15 and over class. Your 2021 amateur national champ is Charlie Finn. Huge congratulations to all of our competitors here in the women's 10 and under, 11 to 14, and 15 and over. Fantastic riding from all of you. Ladies, could we get a group photo? Could we have all of our women's competitors come back to the podium for a group picture? With BMX making its debut in the Olympics this past summer in Tokyo, we very well may be seeing some future Olympians there in the women's combined classes. (11 to 14 men. You guys have just a couple more minutes of warm-up remaining. Rob Darden to the judges' podium.
I saw a clip of him the other day do a 1080. A 1080 on like an airbag resin setup. But I'm like, yeah. So he might just send a 10 on the spine. That 180 backwards, that's awesome. Right. Oh, hey, Tony. Hey, Tony. Tony. I'm going to need some more double A's. Yep, 2 of them.
Again, big shout out to all of our series sponsors making this possible. Free Agent Bikes, ODI Grips, Colt Bikes, Snafu Components, Dan's Comp Mail Order, and of course, Hyper Bicycles. Big shout out to all these brands stepping up and supporting amateur freestyle BMX.
I can swap them out if I need to in the middle. So.
All right, gentlemen, in the 11 to 14 men's division, please meet on the flat bottom in front of the box jump for a quick riders meeting. Now, we are going to have the same format that we've seen all morning long so far for the 11 to 14 men's riders. We are going straight into the finals. They're going to get 2 45-second runs. Best run counts. This best run counts format is so exciting because if a rider puts down a somewhat good first run, they can really roll the dice and let it all hang on the line in run number 2. Josh Bellew. Josh Bellew, are you here? Josh Bellew, if you are around, your class is about to start. Make your way into the hangar. Again, if anybody sees Josh Bellew, direct him to the hangar as his 11 to 14 men's class is about to start.
Thank you. You gonna move? Are we gonna move Josh to the bottom? Josh to the bottom if he makes it and.
All right, gentlemen, please make your way to your starting positions. We are going to move Josh to the bottom of the order to give him the maximum amount of time to make it into the hangar. Our first 3 riders to drop are going to be as follows: Jake Ruckowitz, Marshall Gerke, and Vincent Durant. Riders, make your way to your starting positions.
Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate you.
First rider up, Jake Ruckowitz, because we pushed Josh down to the bottom.
Perfect. Yes. I have another fresh pack in my pocket in case we need it.
All right, Woodward West, Are you guys ready to get the 11 to 14 men's division underway? Oh, no way. I'm going to ask you guys one more time. Are you guys ready for the 11 to 14 division? Our first rider to drop coming out of Pennsylvania, an absolute style cat on the bicycle. Put your hands together for Jake Ruckowitz. 45-second on the clock. Jake starting things out with that cool berm on the wall, pulling out into that wedge hero, transferring tranny pyramid to volcano. Big channel into the 9-foot Superman over the box jump. Jake, 1-foot invert transfer into that wedge wall. You got about 20 seconds left on the clock. Jake going 360 over the street spine. Tail whip from the quarter to bank. 15 seconds remaining, Jake. Jake making his way back over towards the box jump side of the course. Tire tap setting up for the Spox. Truck driver over the Spox. And that is going to be time for run number 1 for Pennsylvania's Jake Ruckowitz. This next rider to drop has a first place finish earlier this year in Pennsylvania. Let's get loud. This is Marshall Gerke. Marshall starting things off 720 over the Spox. Tabletop from the quarter to bank. Marshall flip over the tranny pyramid hip. Right into a 540 around the pocket. You got about 25 seconds left on the clock. Marshall already throwing down some hammers here in run number 1. Making his way over towards the box jump section. Marshall cranking towards that box jump. Big 360 X up over the box. 10 seconds left. Tabletop up that waterfall hip. 5 seconds left as he cranks towards the turkey tail. And that is going to be time for a great run number 1 out of Marshall Gerke. Starting things off with a bang with that 720 over the Spox to get run 1 started. Also super impressed with a 540 around the pocket. Not something you see many riders 540ing around a bowl corner. Next guy to take his first run in the 11 to 14 men's division. Coming out of New Jersey, give it up for Vincent Durant. Vincent starting things off on the box jump. Vincent, big double tire grab to tuck no-hander, bar spin up that waterfall hip. Transferring his way into the far side of the park course. Bar spin over that 6-foot street spine, going tail whip quarter to bank. 20 seconds left on the clock, Vincent. Vincent launching up the step up. Jumping over that Spox backwards. You got about 10 seconds remaining, Vincent. Looking to finish strong. Superman over the Spox. And that is going to be time for run number 1 for New Jersey's Vincent Durant. Vincent keeping it full speed ahead from beginning to end there in run number 1. Next guy to drop in for his first run of the weekend, hailing from California, give it up for Ronan Fazio. Ronan starting things off, a 180 bar spin on the box jump, dabbing a foot but keeping it rolling. Ronan making his way over to the far side of the park course. You got about 25 seconds left on the clock. Ronan, nice tabletop from quarter to bank, pumping his way over that tranny pyramid. Launching up the step up. You got about 15 seconds left on the clock. Ronan looks like he's setting up for the Spocks here at the end of run number 1. Jumping over the Spocks. Might have been looking for a bar spin on that one. And that is going to be time for run number 1 out of Ronan. We are about halfway through the run order here in the 11 to 14 men's division. Next guy to take his first run of the finals here in Tehachapi, California is coming out of California. This is Damian Onder. Damian starting things out 7:20 on the box jump. 180 bar spin over that coping spine, pulling the rollout, keeping both feet on the bicycle. 30 seconds on the clock. 360 over that street spine. Going tire grab, quarter to bank, bar spin over the entire tranny pyramid. You got about 20 seconds left on the clock, Damian. Ten seconds left. Damian making his way towards the Spocks. 360 bar spin, going truck driver over the Spocks. And that is going to be time for run number 1 out of Damian. Capping things off with that clean truck driver over the 6-foot Spocks in the center of the park course. Four riders remaining to take their first runs here in the 11 to 14 men's division. Next guy that we are going to welcome into the course for the first time this weekend, hailing from Tucson, Arizona. Give it up for David Canastillo. David starting things out on the far side of the park course. 360 to fakie on the street spine over there, pulling it clean. A very tech trick to start your run off with. David going tuck no-hander to fakie on the front of the Spocks. David, you still got about 20 seconds left on the clock, man. Representing that genuine BMX crew. 10 seconds left. Going the distance over the tranny pyramid that time. 5 seconds left on the clock. David coming towards the Spocks. Nice air over the Spocks in the center of the park course, and that is going to be time for run number 1 out of David Canastillo. We just saw this next rider's sister get crowned as an amateur national champion. He's going to be looking to back her up. Coming out of New Jersey, let's get loud for Patrick Voss Jr. Patrick starting things out, launching that spine on the deck. Big toboggan over the box jump. Transferring his way up that waterfall hip and into the far side of the park course. Nice transfer from the tranny pyramid all the way over to the volcano. Patrick going tuck no-hander over the Spocks. Tail whip from the corner to bank. Pulling it straight to pedals. You got about 15 seconds left on the clock. Patrick going can quarter to bank. Nice little alley-oop air on the volcano. X up on the quarter pipe. 5 seconds left, Patrick. Keep it going, my friend. 180 bar spin to disaster. Pulling it off, and that is going to be time. Finish up with that 360. A great run number 1 out of Patrick Voss Jr. With 2 riders yet to take their first run here in the 11 to 14 men's division. Coming out of Toms River, New Jersey. Let's welcome him to the course, everybody. This is Ethan Coltenbach. Ethan starting things out on the box jump, going T-bog to late X up. Bar spin up that waterfall hip. Ethan went down hard in practice yesterday, but it is not slowing him down here in the competition. Nice toboggan on the quarter pipe. Tail whip over the spocks. You got about 25 seconds left on the clock. Ethan going tire grab on that tranny wall. Oh, landing a little low. The bar straight to Chicago. Ethan looks like he is going to wave things off for run number 1 as his handlebars are no longer in California. Let's make some noise right now for Ethan Coltenbach.
You're a funny guy, aren't you?
Next rider to take his first run, coming out of Nevada, give it up for Gage Reeves. Gage starting things off in the box jump section. Gage going tuck no-hander onto the box jump to start things off here in run number 1. Truck driver over that small coping spine, making his way to the far side of the park course. Gage, you got about 20 seconds left on the clock. Nice tabletop on that 7-foot quarter. 180 bar spin, rolling it all the way back, looking for that half cab on the quarter. You still got 10 seconds left, Gage. Gage charging back into the box jump section. Going 360 bar spin off the top of that grind box. Just having to step off the bike. Put your hands together for run number 1 out of Gage Reeves. All of our riders in the 11 to 14 men's division have completed their first runs. That means we're going back to the top of the order. The Style Cat coming out of Pennsylvania. Give it up for Jake Ruckowitz. Jake was absolutely killing the dirt jumps last night. Looking to do some of that here in the hangar, transferring from the tranny pyramid over the volcano, right into that big channel gap into the 9-foot, going suicide no-hander over the box jump. 1-foot flatty transferring his way down right into that tire grab. Super cool line out of Jake, linking those transfers together. 360 X up over that street spine. 15 seconds left, Jake. Jake with 5 seconds left on the clock, setting up for the spocks. Finishing it with that truck driver once again, pulling it clean. Put your hands together for Jake Ruckowitz. Next guy to take his second run. We saw him drop some hammers in run number 1. Coming out of Illinois, this is Marshall Gerke. Marshall starting things off, backflip on the spocks. Having to hit the eject button on that one. Marshall still got a big old smile on his face. You got 30 seconds left on the clock, Marshall, if you want it. Marshall, I saw a video of this young man do this trick about a month ago at a show in Racine, Wisconsin. He said he wants to spin the bike around 3 times. Woodward West, let's get that noise going right now for Marshall Gerke. Marshall looking for that 1080. Ending up with the 900, still letting it rip. Make some noise for Marshall. Thank you very much, Marshall, for putting on that show. Next rider to take his second run, coming out of New Jersey, this is Vincent Durant. Vincent starting things off on the box jump section. Nice smooth air on the 9-foot. Super steezy, no foot can tail whip, letting those legs hang out, just getting away from him on that one. Vincent, you still got 25 seconds left on the clock, my friend. That was one of the coolest looking tail whips I've ever seen, going bar spin over the street spine. Bar again from the quarter to bank. 10 seconds left, Vincent. Launching up the step up with 5 seconds on the clock. And that is going to be time for run number 2. Capping it off with that Superman over the Spocks. Put your hands together for Vincent Durant. Next guy to take his second run in the 11 to 14 men's division, coming out of California, this is Ronan Fazio. Ronan starting things off, truck driver on the box jump, dabbing a foot, but he's keeping it rolling. Transferring his way over to the far side of the park course. Ronan setting up for that quarter to bank, going tabletop. You got about 20 seconds left on the clock. Ronan launching up the step up, looking to build up some speed towards the box jump. Ronan, you got about 10 seconds remaining. Making some bar babies onto the deck of the box. And that is going to be time for run number 2 out of Ronan Fazio. Next rider to take his second run in the 11 to 14 division, coming out of Gilroy, California, this is Damian Onder. Starting things off, 720 onto the box jump. Damian going 180 bar spin over that small coping spine. 30 seconds on the clock. Damian making his way towards the street spine, big 360. Going tire grab from the quarter to bank. Bar spin over the tranny pyramid this time. Damian, you got about 15 seconds left on the clock. Heading towards the Spocks in the center of the park course, going backflip that time. Landing smooth. 5 seconds left, Damian. And finishing it up with a truck driver onto the box jump backwards. Put your hands together for Damian Onder. Next guy to drop in for his second time this weekend, coming out of Tucson, Arizona, welcoming back to the course, David Canastillo. David starting things off, a 180 toboggan onto the box jump, had a super technical run number 1 with a whole bunch of fakie tricks in there, showing us some more of that with that tuck no-hander to fakie, just having to step off the bike. You still got about 25 seconds left on the clock, David. Bringing his unique style out here to the 2021 USA BMX Freestyle Series. You got about 10 seconds remaining, David. What's he got here to cap things off in run number 2? Going tuck no-hander to fakie, pulling the roll out that time, right at the buzzer. Put your hands together for David. 3 riders yet to take their second run here in the 11 to 14 men's division. Coming out of New Jersey, put your hands together for Patrick Voss Jr. Pat starting things off, cranking around that upper vert wall section, coming towards the turkey tail with a whole bunch of speed. Going X up from the quarter to bank. Patrick, curve wall ride on that far side of the park course. You got about 20 seconds left on the clock. Patrick transferring tranny pyramid to volcano. Looking to finish things strong here in run number 2. 10 seconds on the clock for Patrick, going can over that Spox. Tail whip quarter to bank, pulling it straight to pedals once again. And that is going to be time for run number 2 out of Patrick Voss Jr. 2 for 2 on that tail whip transfer quarter to bank, pulling them straight to pedals in both of his runs out here this weekend. We got 2 more riders yet to take their second run. Next guy coming out of Toms River, New Jersey. He had an absolutely wild run number 1. Give it up for Ethan Coltonback. Ethan starting things out. Toboggan to late X up over the box jump. Bar spin up that waterfall hip once again. Ethan keeping the flow going here in run number 2 with that T-bog right into a tail whip over the Spox. Ethan, you got about 20 seconds left on the clock, my friend. Looking to finish off run number 2 with a bang. Ethan, big 360 over the Spox. 10 seconds, Ethan. Ethan going backflip onto the box jump backwards, and that is going to be time. I did not see that one coming. Make some noise for Ethan. Flipping out of the box landing. We got one more rider to take their second run here in the 11 to 14 men's division. Coming out of Nevada, this is Gage Reeves. Gage starting things off on the box jump side of the course. Nice tabletop on the 9-foot. Going tuck no-hander to manual over the box jump. Truck driver over that small coping spine as he makes his way to the far side of the park course. Gage, you got about 20 seconds left on the clock. Bar spin on that 7-foot quarter pipe. Gage going double peg stall. First guy we've seen utilize the sub box out here this weekend. 10 seconds remaining, Gage. He might be going for this truck driver once again. There it is, pulling it clean this time. Right at the buzzer. Make some noise for Gage Reeves. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to conclude our 11 to 14 men's division. That means we are going to go into our podium ceremonies located on the backside of the foam pit roll-in. At this time, we are going to open things up to the 15 and over Group 1 riders. 15 and over Group 1 riders are as follows. Those Group 1 riders are going to be Connor Smith, Fate Snyder, Ryan Scott, Bence Erderos, Nolan Welch, Jake Eggleston. Akai Jenkins-Milling, Danny Ruiz, Saul Marino, Zach Church, Kevin White, and Andre Pendleton. The course is yours for your warm-up session.
just.
Attention, Shane Fernandez, please make your way to the podium.
Still not there? Yeah, you might need to. Oh, okay.
All right, looks like the scores are in and we are ready to go here. In our 11 to 14 men's division, round number 6 of the 2021 USA BMX Freestyle Series, your 9th place finisher, David Canastillo. Finishing in 8th place on the weekend is Ronan Fazio. Your 7th place finisher is Gage Reeves. Finishing in 6th, Ethan Coltonback.
That's 6.
Fifth place on the weekend goes to Patrick Voss Jr. Finishing in 4th, just off the podium, is Vincent Durant.
That's 4th right there, yeah.
Moving in to our podium positions here in round number 6 in the 11 to 14 men's division. Your 3rd place finisher is Damian Onder. Coming in 2nd, Mr. Jake Ruckowitz. And you guys know what that means. His second first place finish of the season. Give it up for Marshall Gerke. Congratulations to our podium finishers here in round number 6 of the 11 to 14 men's division. But we are not done giving out awards just yet. We got to crown us an amateur national champion in the 11 to 14 men's division. This young man, he's been following the series around all year long. Coming out of Pennsylvania, give it up for Jake Ruckowitz. Your 2021 11 to 14 amateur national champion.
These guys do have a final. We're running these guys to a final. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
So what? How many we have? 2 minutes left or no?
Yeah, 2 minutes on the spot.
All right, Heat 1 riders, you guys have about 4 minutes of practice remaining. So far today, we've gone straight to the finals in all of our classes because we haven't had enough competitors to narrow it down to a 12-man final. But we're going to see that for the first time this weekend here in the 15 and over men's class. We have 2 heats of riders. You guys are going to get 2 45-second runs. Best run counts. Then we are going to narrow it down to a 12-man final where those 12 finalists will get 2 more 45-second runs to find out where everybody is going to rank up here for round number 6 of the 2021 USA BMX Freestyle Series. Again, big shout out to all of the series sponsors making this amateur and national series possible. We're talking about Free Agent Bicycles, ODI Grips, Colt Bikes, Snafu Components, Dan's Comp Mail Order, and of course, Hyper Bicycles. These brands stepping up and giving these amateur riders a place to showcase their skills and grow as a rider. Our Heat 1 riders in the 15 and over division are going to be as follows. Connor Smith, Fate Snyder, Ryan Scott, Bence Erdos, Nolan Welch, Jake Eagleson. Akaya Jenkins, Danny Ruiz, Saul Marino, Zach Church, Kevin White, and Andre Pendleton. You guys have about 1 minute of warm-up remaining before we go into our riders meeting in the flat bottom in front of the box jump. Again, we are going to have 2 heats of riders here in the 15 and over men's finals. They're going to get 2 45-second runs. Then we are going to narrow things down to our top 12 riders who are going to move into a final where they're going to get 2 more 45-second runs. All right, Heat 1 riders, please make your way to the flat bottom in front of the box jump for a quick riders meeting.
Hey, Akaya, am I saying your name completely wrong? Akai. Perfect. Thank you, man.
Hey, last year, or at premises, you said my last name wrong twice.
Well, I better get it right this time, right?
Awesome.
How do I say it?
Ruizy.
Ruizy?
You said it Ruizy and some other weird shit. But it's Ruiz.
You said it wrong twice. No, he was upset. Yeah.
How do you say it?
That's Akai. Yeah. But this other guy was said, I said his last name. Ruiz.
Nolan Welch. Nolan Welch, if you are on the grounds, your heat is about to start.
Yeah, he's like 5 down the list.
Once again, Nolan Welch, your heat is about to start.
All right.
All right, we are ready to get things underway in the 15 and over men's division. First rider to drop in, a local boy today from Tehachapi, California. Give it up for Connor Smith. Connor starting things off on the far side of the park course. Nice air over the turkey tail to get things started here in run number 1. Oh, just sliding out. Connor looking like he might have hit the bars on his face. We've got Summit Athletics on hand to look after all of our riders here today. Happy to see Connor back on his feet, walking off under his own power. We are going to hold up just a minute. We want to make sure that our representatives from Summit Athletics are back on the side of the course before we drop in our next rider. So we're going to give them just a few moments to attend to Connor. All right, looks like we've got the green light to continue. Next guy to take his first run of the weekend, coming out of Texas, give it up for Fate Snyder. Fate, a very familiar face on the USA BMX Freestyle series, been following the series around all year long. Starting things off, T-Bog over the Spox, 180 out of the bank, faking all the way up to that tranny wall, going hop 360 on the way back down. Fate going one-hander on that 9-foot quarter pipe, bar spin onto the box jump. You got about 20 seconds left on the clock, Fate. Fate going nose pick tail whip. A super tech trick, going lawnmower on the box jump landing. With 10 seconds left on the clock, Fate just sliding out on that 180. And that is going to be time for run number 1 out of Fate Snyder. Fate pulling off that nose pick whip first try. Not an easy trick to be able to lay down in the middle of a contest run. Next rider to take his first run of the weekend, coming out of Annapolis, Maryland, this is Ryan Scott. Ryan starting things out in the box jump section. Ryan going toboggan over the box jump to start off run number 1. Ryan launching over that Spox backwards, taking it to the streets on that one. Nice tire grab over the Spox forwards, 360 out of the bank. You got about 15 seconds left on the clock, Ryan. Ryan going toboggan on that 6-foot quarter pipe. Can over the Spox. And that is going to be time for run number 1 for Maryland's Ryan Scott. Moving right along, next rider to take his first run of the weekend, coming out of California, give it up for Bent Erdos. Bent's starting out run number 1 with that tail whip out of the bank. 360 on the way back down. Bentz, you got about 30 seconds left on the clock as he makes his way towards the spot, going truck driver to late Superman over the Spox. About 20 seconds left on the clock. Bentz, keep it going, man. There's that truck driver. Oh, just sliding out on that one. We got him back on his feet. It looks like that is going to be time for run number 1 out of Bentz. Moving on down the order. Next rider that we're going to welcome to the course, coming out of Long Beach, California. Give it up for Jake Eagleson. Jake starting things off in the box jump section. Cranking from that big transfer from quarter to wedge. Massive tabletop over the turkey tail. Jake going double peg slide across that upper quarter pipe. You still got 30 seconds left on the clock, Jake. Some of the biggest amplitude we've seen so far today. Steezy T-Bog over the box jump. 360 up the waterfall. Jake going in here in run number 1. 5 seconds left, Jake. And finishing it up with that backflip onto the box jump. That is going to be time for run number 1. Jake going absolutely massive from the hip all the way across to that wedge wall. Next guy to take his first run, coming out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Give it up for Akai Jenkins-Maling. Akai starting things off on the spocks with a smooth tail whip straight to the pedals. 360 out of that wedge. .30 seconds left on the clock for Akai here in run number 1. Coming back towards the spocks, going tuck no-hander this time. Alley-oop air from the quarter to bank. Akai charging towards that quarter to bank. Nice little steezy Euro air. Manualing his way across the tranny pyramid. 10 seconds remaining, Akai. Going foot jam nose pick on that elevated quarter pipe. And that is going to be time. Finishing up with a bar spin over the box hip lip. Make some noise, a run at number 1 out of Akai. Akai, that is a wrap for run number 1. All right. Next rider to drop in for their first run, coming out of Tucson, Arizona. Give it up for Danny Ruiz. Danny is starting things off on that far side of the park course. Nice transfer from the bank. First time we've seen that line here this weekend. Making his way into the box jump section. What's he got for us on the box? Danny pumping his way through the course right now. Going double peg stall on that elevated quarter pipe. 10 seconds remaining, Danny. And finishing up with that transfer off the top of the grind box. Put your hands together for Danny.
So in 4 minutes, you gotta get that. Or, I mean,
We got 5 riders left here in Heat 1 of the 15 and over men's division. Next guy to drop, coming out of Tucson, Arizona. Give it up for Saul Marino. Saul starting things out knack over the spocks. Steezy little one-footer on that tranny wall. Saul making his way towards the box jump section. Nice one-footer over the box jump. You got about 25 seconds left on the clock, Saul. Saul going can from the quarter to the bank. Manualing across the tranny pyramid. 10 seconds left on the clock. 360 out of the bank from Saul. Going for that sprocket to fakie. Just loop it out off the back of the bike. Put your hands together for Saul. Next rider to take his first run of the weekend, part of that Quickie Mart crew out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Give it up for Zach Church. Zach starting things off on the far side of the park, going to tire grab out of the bank to start off run number 1. No-footed can on that tranny box. The Quickie Mart crew showing up in numbers out here this weekend for the finals. You got about 15 seconds left on the clock, Zach. Zach working the park course right now, making his way over to the box jump section. If you guys noticed that bright green hot rod bus in the parking lot. Oh man, Zach going the distance on that fakey double peg grind. That is going to be run number 1 from Zach Church.
What's up? I don't think I just.
We got 3 more riders to take their first run here in the 15 and over division. Next guy coming out of Fountain Hills, Arizona. This is Kevin White. 45 seconds on the clock. Kevin starting things off on the box jump side of the course. Bringing the speed towards the box. What's he got for us? A little moto whip action over the box jump to start out run number 1. Transferring his way into that elevated quarter pipe section. You got about 25 seconds left on the clock, Kevin. Woo, going the distance over the hip with that tabletop 360 over the spocks. Kevin living on the edge here in run number 1. You got about 10 seconds remaining. What's he going to do to wrap things up for his first run of the weekend? Going 360 onto the box jump, and that is going to be time for run number 1 for Arizona's Kevin White. The next rider that we're going to welcome to the course for the first time this weekend, coming out of Arizona, this is Andre Pendleton. Andre has a super cool, unique style. Oh, tagging back wheel on the volcano, but keeping it rolling. Manualing his way up that waterfall, going 180 to disaster on that elevated quarter pipe. You got about 25 seconds left on the clock, Andre. Airing things out over the box jump, keeping it smooth out here this afternoon. 10 seconds remaining, Andre. What's he got to wrap things up for run number 1? Going 180 bar spin, half cab out. And that is going to be time for run number 1 for Andre. We got one more rider to take their first run before we go back to the top of the order here in heat number 1. Coming out of Oklahoma, give it up for Nolan Welch. Nolan starting things out, 180 onto the tranny pyramid, half cab out. Nolan showing us that street style out here, going double peg stall to lucky stall on the sub box. 25 seconds left on the clock. Double peg up the handrail. First rider we've seen use that handrail. Going opposite double peg on the way back down, grinding on both sides of the bicycle. 10 seconds left on the clock. Nolan putting on a technical clinic out here in run number 1. Looking for that crank flip onto the training pyramid, and that's going to be time for run number 1 out of Nolan Welch. So all of our riders in Heat 1 have completed their first runs. That means we are going back to the top. We saw this guy go down in run number 1, and he is back for run 2. Let's get behind Tehachapi's Connor Smith. Connor starting things out on the Spox, airing it out early here in run number 2. Manualing over that box jump backwards. You got about 30 seconds left on the clock, Connor. Going turn down over the box jump. 20 seconds remaining. Downside foot plant transfer into the far side of the park course. Nice air up and over the turkey tail. Tabletop from the quarter to bank. Looking smooth and stylish on that table. 5 seconds left, man. Going foot jam, nose pick on the bank. Just having to step off the bike right at the buzzer. Getting his redemption. Going down early in run 1, but holding it together. Put your hands together for Connor Smith. Moving right along, dropping in for his second time this weekend, coming out of Texas. This is Fate Snyder. Fate has been following the series all year long, improving at every stop. Starting things out, X up over the Spox. Fate making his way over to that far side of the park course, looking towards the street spine. Going tabletop from the quarter to bank here in run number 2. You got about 25 seconds left on the clock, Fate. Fate going foo-foo on the backside of the step up. 180 fly out into the waterfall section. 10 seconds left, Fate. Bar spin onto the box jump, 360 tire tap in, and that's going to be time for run number 2. Fate wrapping things up with that 180 over the coping spine. 2 great runs out of Fate Snyder here in the 15 and over men's division. Woodward West, let's welcome this young man back to the course for his second time. Coming out of Maryland, give it up for Ryan Scott. Ryan starting things out, cranking towards that turkey tail tabletop, going T-bog quarter to bank. 180 bar spin out of the bank, just stepping off the bicycle. You still got 25 seconds left on the clock, Ryan. Ryan X up over that tranny pyramid hip here in run number 2 with about 15 seconds remaining. Can over the Spox in the center of the park course. 360 out of the bank from Ryan. 5 more seconds, Ryan. Looking to finish strong right in front of the judges here in run 2. Truck driver to cap off a great second run. Make some noise for Ryan Scott. Next rider in, coming out of California, this is Bence Erdos. Bent's starting things off with that tail whip out of the bank. 360 hop on the way back down. 30 seconds on the clock. Bent's big 360 over the spocks. Bent's working the course here in run number 2, making his way towards the box jump section. Styling it out over the box jump here in run 2. 5 seconds left, Bent's. And that is going to be time for run number 2 out of Bent's, capping it off with that X up. Next rider in, coming out of Long Beach, California, this is Jake Eagleson. Jake had an incredible run number 1. Can't wait to see what he's got planned for us here in run 2. Jake going ground chuck over the box jump, crank flip up the waterfall. 30 seconds left on the clock, Jake. Super unique style out of this young rider. Alley-oop and quarter to bank. Tire grab on the spocks. 15 seconds remaining. Jake 180 over the coping spine. Big transfer from the street spine into that turkey tail. Alley-oop quarter to bank. And that's going to be time. Looking for that tail whip at the buzzer. Make some noise for Jake. Next rider in, coming out of Milwaukee, Akai Jenkins Milling. Akai starting things off, double tail whip over the spock, straight to the pedals. 360 out of the bank. Akai already stepping things up from run number 1 with that double tail whip on the spocks. Bar spin on the 7-foot. Going tuck no-hander on the spocks on the way back. 20 seconds left, Akai. Tuck no-hander from the quarter to bank on the far side of the park course. You got about 10 seconds left on the clock, Akai. Looking to finish strong with 5 seconds remaining. What's he got to cap off run number 2? Pulling the flare out. A great second run from Akai. He is pumped on that one, and rightfully so. Next guy coming in, part of that genuine BMX crew out of Tucson, Arizona. Give it up one more time for Danny Ruse. Danny starting things off on the far side of the park course. Nose bonk over the street spine to start off run number 2. Tabletop from the quarter to bank. Danny charging his way towards the box jump section, going downside foot plant on that tranny wall. Danny, you got about 20 seconds left on the clock. Going transfer off the top of the grind box into that quarter pipe. Danny, you got about 10 seconds left on the clock, man. Tire grab onto the box jump. And that is going to wrap things up for run number 2 from Danny. Make some noise.
dropped it.
Moving right along, another rider out of Tucson. Give it up for Saul Marino. Saul starting things off on the box jump right in front of the judges. Big can over the box to start things off here in run number 2. Saul looking to keep the speed and flow going here. Tabletop on the quarter pipe. What's he got on the spocks for us? Going ground chuck over the spocks. 15 seconds left, Saul. Carving his way up and over the turkey tail. Tabletop from the quarter to bank. 5 seconds on the clock. Saul finishing up with that nosedive 360. And that is going to be time for run number 2 for Tucson, Arizona's Saul Marino. We got the 2 big crews going at it here in heat number 1. We just saw a couple of the members of the Genuine BMX crew coming out of Tucson. Next guy to drop in, doing it for that Quickie Mart crew out of Tulsa. Give it up for Zach Church. Zach starting things off, tire grab out of the bank. No-footed can on that tranny pyramid. You got about 25 seconds left on the clock, Zach. 360 out of the bank on the far side of the park course. Zach, you got about 10 seconds remaining, my friend. We saw him go for this trick in run 1. Is he going to pull it off here in run 2? Double peg stall to fakie. Not quite sliding as far as he wanted on that one. Make some noise for Zach Church. We got 3 riders remaining here in heat number 1 of the 15 and over men's division. Coming out of Arizona, put your hands together. This is Kevin White. Kevin starting things off in the box jump section. Kevin launching the box. Might have been looking for a tuck no-hander on that one. You still got 30 seconds left on the clock, Kevin. Going the distance over the tranny pyramid hip that time. Big air over the quarter hip. I believe an unintentional Smith grind on the side of that bank. You got about 15 seconds left, Kevin. What has Kevin got for us to wrap things up here in run number 2? Making his way towards the box jump with a couple of seconds left. Big 360 to baseball slide down the landing. And that is going to be time for run number 2 from Kevin. Next rider up, coming out of Arizona. Let's welcome him back to the course. This is Andre Pendleton. We saw Andre earlier this year at the Premises Park at round number 1. Awesome to have him back here at the finals at Woodward West. Starting things out with a big air over the turkey tail. Andre Launching the hip on that volcano in the center of the park course. Tabletop on the wedge wall. You got about 25 seconds left on the clock, Andre. Looking for that manual line. Not quite keeping it up like you wanted. You still got 20 seconds, Andre. Andre setting up for the box jump. Turn down, over-clicked on the box from Andre. As the clock is winding down, he's got enough time for about one more hit. And that is going to be time. Finishing up with that truck driver. We've got one more rider to take their second run here in heat number 1 of the 15 and over men's division. He's coming out of Oklahoma. This is Nolan Welch. We saw Nolan have a super original run number 1, bringing that tech style here to the USA BMX Freestyle Series. 180 onto that tranny pyramid, half cab out. You got 30 seconds left on the clock, Nolan. Nolan double peg stall on the sub box. Nolan going double peg grind up the rail once again. Coming around with that opposite double peg on the way back down. 10 seconds left on the clock, Nolan. Manualing around the far side of the course. Oh, just looping off the back of the bike. And that is going to be time for run number 2 for Nolan Welch. All of our Heat 1 riders in the 15 and over men's division have completed both of their runs. We are now going to turn things over to our Heat 2 riders. You guys are going to get a 10-minute warm-up session. You guys are going to each get 2 45-second runs. Best run counts. And our Heat 1 riders, do not go too far, because as soon as Heat 2 completes both their runs, we're going to narrow things down to a 12-man final here this afternoon. Heat 2, you guys got about 10 minutes of warm-up. Just a quick reminder to everyone, the grill is open for lunch at this time. sir. Heat 2 riders, you guys have just over a minute of warm-up remaining. Again, here in the 15 and over men's division, our Heat 2 riders are going to get 2 45-second runs. Best run counts. Then we're going to let the judges tally the scores, and we are going to narrow things down to a 12-man final, where those 12 finalists will each get 2 more 45-second runs to determine where they finish here in round number 6, the finals of the USA BMX Freestyle Series. All right, Heat 2 riders, please meet on the flat bottom in front of the box slip for a quick riders meeting.
I'm pretty sure this Collins could just literally, he's already got so many points, he could just wave and win on your end. But yeah. The only other kid that was close broke his leg. You ready? Are you ready, Jeremiah? Yeah, Jerry. Maybe you might just stuff down there. I can get all that. If you want to write down for you. Yeah, if you do, I got you covered.
Looks like the riders meeting is over with. Riders, please make your way to your starting positions. First 3 riders to drop here in heat number 2 are going to be AJ Erickson, Sean Underwood, and Easton Usher. All right, looks like the judges are ready to go. The riders are ready to go. Woodward West, you guys ready to get Heat 2 underway? First rider coming out of Sun City, California. Put your hands together for AJ Erickson. AJ is starting things off, pumping down that waterfall. Going tire grab over the box jump to get things started here in run number 1. Hip transfer up into that elevated quarter pipe section. 25 seconds left on the clock, AJ. AJ going toboggan from the quarter to bank. Nice tail whip out of the bank, pulling it to the pedals. AJ, you got about 10 seconds left. Transferring tranny pyramid over to the volcano. Truck driver onto the box jump and waving it off with 2 seconds left. Put your hands together, run number 1 for AJ. Next rider to take his first run of the finals here, round number 6. Part of that Quickie Mart crew coming out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Give it up for Sean Underwood. Sean starting things out, flowing his way over that Spox, going alley-oop, X-up air from quarter to bank. Sean going can from the quarter to bank, hipping his way over that tranny pyramid. You got about 25 seconds left on the clock, Sean. Sean might have been looking for a bar spin on that one. There's that bar spin over the tranny pyramid, hip that time. 10 more seconds, Sean. Looking to finish strong here in run number 1. And that's going to be time for run number 1 out of Sean Underwood. Next rider to drop, hailing from California, this is Easton Usher. Easton starting things off on the box jump side of the course. A very Clint Reynolds inspired style, transferring his way up into that elevated quarter pipe section. Easton, you got about 20 seconds left on the clock, my friend. Looking to keep the flow going here all the way through this 45-second run. Easton going nose wheelie over the tranny pyramid. 5 seconds left, Easton. 180 up and out of that wedge bank. And that is going to be time for run number 1 out of Easton. Next rider that we're going to welcome to the course, coming out of Tucson, Arizona, this is Alejandro Velasquez. Alejandro starting things out, T-bog on the box jump. Hip transfer up into that elevated quarter pipe, coming over towards the turkey tail. Tabletop from the quarter to bank from Alejandro. You got about 20 seconds left on the clock. 180 up and out of that wedge bank, faking up to the quarter pipe and back into the park course. 15 seconds left on the clock, charging towards the Spox. Going tire grab over the Spox this time. 5 seconds left. Alejandro looking to leave his mark on the judges here at the end of run number 1. And that is going to be time for Alejandro's first run of the contest.
Thank you, sir. That's fine. Yeah, whatever. You can take me food. They were mac and cheese with chicken fingers. I sent the email.
Another representative of that Quickie Mart crew coming out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Give it up for Jim Tarrant. Jim starting things off on the far side of the park course. "30 seconds left on the clock, Jim. X-up transfer over that tranny pyramid. Jim going nollie up and out of the bank. You got 20 seconds left on the clock, Jim. Keep it going, man. Jumping over that Spox backwards. You still have 10 seconds remaining, and we would love to see it. Jim, what is he going to end run number 1 with here? 180, faking all the way up to that quarter pipe. Make some noise for Jim. Moving right along, another rider coming out of Arizona. This is Bryce Pitt. Bryce starting things out, bar spin over that smaller coping spine. Aaron up and over the top of the turkey tail. Big air from the quarter to bank, keeping the speed and flow going early here in run 1. Big 360 up and out of the bank. Bryce, you got about 20 seconds left. Looking to build up some speed off that 9-foot towards the box jump, going tuck no-hander. Tail whip up that waterfall. You still got 5 seconds left if you want it, Bryce. And finishing up with that downside tail whip from the quarter to bank. Make some noise for Arizona's Bryce Pitt. Next rider onto the course for his first time this weekend. Coming out of Pomona, California, this is Everett Torrance. Everett starting things off with some nice air over the 6-foot street spine. 360 up and out of that bank. Going air to fakie on the elevated quarter pipe. No footer on the way into the bank. You got about 20 seconds left on the clock. Launching over that Spox in the center of the parkour. Switching his feet, I believe, for that next air. You got about 10 seconds left, Everett. Manualing across the tranny pyramid. And finishing up with that back pedal air, and that is going to be time for run number 1 out of Everett. Five more riders here in Heat 2 yet to take their first run of the weekend. The next guy coming out of Missouri, this is Carl Nathan Mitchell II. Starting things off, bar spin into that waterfall. Big one-hander on the 9-foot. Truck driver over the box jump. Bar spin up that waterfall hip. Nate going 360 over the street spine right into that flare. Oh, Carl going down hard on that flare. We've got our medical staff on their way to attend to Carl.
This is Ron. Oh, but I was going to eat it.
Unfortunately, going over the bars. He's back on his feet. Put your hands together for Nate. BMX riders are absolute warriors, and you cannot keep them down for long. I'm sure we're going to have Summit Athletics check out Nate on the sidelines, and who knows, we may even see him back for run number 2. Next rider in for his first run of the weekend, another guy coming out of Arizona. Give it up for Andres Lopez. Andres starting things off on the Spox, one-footed X up to one-footer. Carving up and over the top there. Andres, you got about 30 seconds left on the clock. 5:40 on the front of the box lip there. 20 seconds remaining, Andres. With 15 seconds left, what's he got planned for us? Bar spin on the 7-foot. Andres, 10 more seconds. Going tuck no-hander to disaster to fakie. Super unique combination out of Andres here in run number 1. And that is going to be time. Finishing up with that toboggan up the Euro. Make some noise for Andres. Next rider to take his first run of the weekend is no stranger to the USA BMX Freestyle Series. He is your current points leader in the 15 and up men's division, coming out of Bayville, New Jersey. Give it up for Colin Ackerman. Colin starting things off with a massive air. Huge backflip over the Spox. Colin putting on a show early here in run number 1. 30 seconds left on the clock, making his way into the box jump section. Colin with another massive backflip, going the distance over the box jump on that one. 15 seconds remaining for Colin in his first run. 360 over the street spine. Going tail whip from the quarter to bank. Colin looking to finish strong. Oh, might have been looking for a bar spin up the step up on that one. And that is going to be time, wrapping it up with that ET over the Spox backwards. Colin bringing that amplitude to the hanger here in run 1. Definitely no stranger to going high. We got 2 more riders in the lineup here in heat number 2 of the men's 15 and up class. Another absolute legend. This rider has a great mix of style and big tricks. Give it up right now for Kevin Robinson Jr. K-Rob Jr. starting things out, backflip over the Spox. Big air going to the top of that wedge wall. K-Rob Jr. coming into the box jump section. Massive tuck no-hander over the box, holding those arms off for what seemed like forever on that one. Going X-up transfer. Nice nosedive 360 over the street spine. T-bog from the quarter to bank. You got about 10 seconds left on the clock, K-Rob. 5 more seconds. K-Rob looking to finish strong. And that is going to be time for run number 1 out of K-Rob Jr. A great run, number 1 from Kevin Robinson Jr. We have one more rider to take their first run here in heat number 2. Coming out of Bayville, New Jersey, put your hands together for Isaiah Mendez. Isaiah starting things off, tail whip over the box jump backwards. One-hander on that 9-foot quarter pipe. Going truck driver onto the box jump, just slipping a pedal, but he's keeping it rolling. You got 30 seconds left on the clock, Isaiah. Plenty of time left to impress the judges here in run number 1. Nice air over the 7-foot hip, cranking towards that box with a big 360. 15 seconds left on the clock, Isaiah. Isaiah coming towards the box jump with a couple seconds remaining, looking to finish up run number 1 with a bang. Going for that truck driver once again, just slipping off the side of the bike. Make some noise for Isaiah. So all of our riders here in heat number 2 of the 15 and over men's division have completed their first runs of the weekend. That means we are going back to the top of the order for run number 2 coming out of Sun City, California. Give it up one more time for AJ Erickson. AJ starting things off in the box jump section of the course. Going tire grab to toboggan, 2-trick combo over the box from AJ. AJ scrubbing off a little bit of speed as he comes towards that street spine. X-up transfer from quarter pipe to bank. You got about 15 seconds left on the clock, AJ. 180 bar spin up and out of that bank, pulling the roll out. There's that transfer once again from the training pyramid over to the volcano. 5 more seconds, AJ. Truck driver up and onto the box jump to end run number 2. Make some noise for AJ. Remember, folks, after this heat, we are going to be narrowing things down to a 12-man final here in the 15 and over division. But before we do that, we got second runs coming up from a bunch more incredible riders. Next guy in for his second time in the afternoon, coming out of Tulsa, Oklahoma, this is Sean Underwood. Sean representing that Quickie Mart crew, the 2021 crew of the year, looking to repeat here, or sorry, the 2020 crew looking to repeat here in 2021, going can from the quarter to bank that time. Sean and his crew loaded everybody up in that bright green bus in the parking lot and ripped all the way out here from Oklahoma for the finals in Tehachapi, going backflip over the tranny pyramid hip. Sean laying it all on the line here in run number 2. 5 more seconds, Sean. Coming back for it once again. Pulling it that time, and that is going to be it for run number 2 out of Sean Underwood. Flipping the smallest hip on the park course. Next rider to drop in for his second time this afternoon, coming out of California. Make some noise for Easton Usher. Easton starting things off on the box jump section. Nice tabletop over the box to start things off here in run number 2. Transferring his way over to the far side of the park course, looking towards that street spine. Aaron from the quarter to bank, going the distance over the tranny pyramid that time. Again, you can see a very Clint Reynolds-inspired style out of this young man. You got about 10 seconds left, Easton. Easton launching up and over that hip on the side of the box jump, and that is going to be time for run number 2 out of Easton Usher. Making our way down the list as these riders look to try and qualify into today's final. Next guy in for the second time today, coming out of Tucson, Arizona. Give it up one more time for Alejandro Velasquez. Starting things out with an X up on the box jump. Transferring his way over to the far side of the park course. Alejandro coming out of Tucson with those genuine BMX crew. You got about 25 seconds left on the clock, looking for that 360 on the tranny pyramid. Alejandro, 15 seconds left, buddy. Looking to build up some speed for the box jump. Going 360 onto the box. Losing an air pod on that 360, and that is going to be time for run number 2 out of Alejandro Velasquez. Looks like Jim, he is here. He's making his way to the course. Jim, 45 seconds starts. Whenever you get to your starting position, my friend, we're going to kick it off. All right, judges, Jim starting things off in the corner over there. 45 seconds starts when you drop in. Part of that Quickie Mart crew out of Tulsa. Let's see what Jim has planned for us here, run number 2. Manualing his way across that tranny pyramid. Going 180 on, half cab out. You got about 30 seconds left on the clock, Jim. Coming in for a late entrance here on run number 2 and nollying down into that bank. 20 seconds left, Jim. 270 over that tranny pyramid hip, just hanging up the back wheel a little bit on that one. You still got 10 seconds. Looks like Jim's going to wave that off for run number 2. Make some noise for Jim Tarrant.
Yo, thank you, brother, for bringing lunch. Sorry that I wasn't. No, hey, man, you got me some food. I can't.
Bouncing back and forth between Oklahoma and Arizona. We're going back down south for this next rider. Give it up one more time for Bryce Pitt. Bryce starting things out on the box jump side of the course. Airing things out over the box here early in run number 2. Tail whip up the waterfall. Pulling it straight to the pedals on that one. Bryce already improving from run number 1. You got 20 seconds left, Bryce. Going toboggan over the box jump. Transferring up that waterfall hip and over to the far side of the park course. Up and over the turkey tail. You got about 5 seconds left on the clock. Airing things out over that tranny pyramid and wrapping it up with that bar spin out of the bank. Put your hands together for run number 2 from Bryce Pitt. Next rider in from Pomona, California, this is Everett Torrance. 45 seconds on the clock. Everett rocking the shield on the S&M sticker on the helmet and the t-shirt. Airing things out over the box jump. Everett, you got about 30 seconds on the clock, making his way towards that street spine. Transferring from the quarter to bank, keeping the flow going here, trying to make sure he touches every ramp in the hangar. Going air to fakie on that elevated quarter pipe. 10 seconds left, Everett. Everett looking for something out of the top of the box that time. Not quite getting it, but still getting a full 45-second run in. Make some noise for run number 2 from Everett Torrance. Now, we did see this rider go down pretty hard in run number 1. We're going to see if he is going to come back out for run number 2. Coming out of Missouri, put your hands together for Carl Nathan Mitchell. Nate showing you guys he can take a licking and keep on ticking. Went down on that flare, but he is back for redemption. Big one-hander on the 9-foot. 360 over the box jump here early in run number 2. Super cool line with that X up on the tranny wall right into the bar spin step down. 360 on the street spine. Tail whip quarter to bank this time. You got about 15 seconds left on the clock, Nate. Curve wall riding around. 10 more seconds here. Tail whip over the hip. And it looks like he is going to wave things off for run number 2. Super happy to see Nate back on his bike after going down hard in run 1. Coming out and getting a full run in for run number 2. Next rider in for his second run, hailing from Arizona, this is Andres Lopez. Starting things out with that steezy one-hander over the spocks. Andres has about 30 seconds left here in run number 2. Can on the quarter pipe. Tuck no-hander on the spocks on the way back. "15 seconds remaining, my friend. There's that bar spin to disaster to fakie once again. Not an easy trick to throw down in the middle of a contest run. Put your hands together for Andres Lopez. We got 3 more riders to take their second runs before we narrow things down to that 12-man final here in the men's 15 and up division. Your current points leader in this class, coming out of Bayville, New Jersey, give it up for Colin Ackerman. Colin starting things off with that massive air once again. Big flip over the spocks. I've had the pleasure of traveling all over the East Coast with Colin doing BMX demos, and it has been such a treat to watch him progress throughout the last couple of years, making his way towards the box jump. 360 triple ET, I believe, over the box jump that time. You got about 15 seconds left, Colin. Big 360 over the street spine, tail whip that quarter to bank. Colin, 5 seconds left. Airing things out up the step up. What's he got for us to cap off run number 2? Bar spin over that spocks backwards, and that is going to be time. Wrapping it up with that tail whip from the quarter to bank. Another full run from Mr. Colin Ackerman. Two more riders to drop in here for their second run. Again, you guys see this young man's father doing a flare on the wall. Let's get loud right now for Kevin Robinson Jr. K-Rob Jr. starting things out. Backflip over the spokes once again. Going to the top of that wedge wall. K-Rob into the box jump section. What's he got for us here on the box in run number 2? Going bar spin to lazy one-hander. Shout out Dave Mira on that one. X up transfer on the way back down. 15 seconds left, K-Rob. 360 over the street spine. One-footed T-bog quarter to wedge wall. Going ground chuck on the step up that time. 5 more seconds, K-Rob. Looking to finish off run 2 strong. And that is going to be time with that truck driver just dabbing a foot but keeping it rolling. A great run number 2 out of K-Rob Jr. We got one rider left here in Heat 2 to drop in for the second time. Coming out of Bayville, New Jersey, let's give it up one more time for Isaiah Mendez. Isaiah starting things off with that tail whip onto the box jump backwards. One-hander on the 9-foot. Truck driver onto the box jump. You still got 30 seconds left, Isaiah. Isaiah chucking those bars on that elevated quarter pipe. A bar spin onto the box. Hot hands out of Isaiah Mendez here in run number 2. Chucking the bars left and right. Looking for that 360, just tagging his wheel as he took off on the face of the lip. Luckily, getting out of that one clean. And that's going to be time for run number 2 for New Jersey's Isaiah Mendez. Now, Heat 1 and 2 riders do not go far because the judges are going to tally the scores, and we are going to narrow things down into our 12-man final. Once we have figured out our 12 finalists, you guys are going to get a 5-minute warm-up session, and we are going to go straight into the finals to determine our podium finishers this weekend. And who's going to get what points towards that amateur national championship here in the 15 and over men's division.
Is this list good for the finalists?
No. Yeah, let me advance it and then. Reverse order? Place. Yeah, first place. 5-minute warm-up. Let's get it going now.
All right, riders, the scores are in. And our 12 finalists here in the 15 and over men's division are going to be as follows. Qualifying in 12th, Sean Underwood. Our 11th place qualifier, Andres Lopez. 10th place qualifier, Saul Marino. 9th place qualifier, Ryan Scott. Qualifying in 8th, Bryce Pitt. Advancing to the finals in 7th qualification, AJ Erickson. Also qualifying into the finals, Kevin White. Your 5th place qualifier, Carl Nathan Mitchell. Our 4th place qualifier, Akai Jenkins. And your top 3 guys qualifying into the finals, your 3rd place qualifier, Jake Eagleson. Qualifying in 2nd, Kevin Robinson Jr. And the 1st place qualifier and current points leader, Colin Ackerman. All 12 of those riders that qualified into the finals, you guys are going to get a 10-minute warm-up session starting now. Once again, our finalists in the 15 and over men's division are as follows: Sean Underwood, Andres Lopez, Saul Marino, Ryan Scott, Bryce Pitt, AJ Erickson, Kevin White, Carl Nathan Mitchell, Akai Jenkins, Jake Eagleson, Kevin Robinson Jr., and Colin Ackerman. You guys have about 6 minutes of warm-up remaining. Men's 15 and up finalists, you guys got about 2 more minutes of warm up. Again, these guys are going to get 2 more 45-second runs, best run counts, to find out where they rank in the standings here for round number 6 of the 2021 USA BMX Freestyle Series. And then immediately following the finals, once all of our riders have completed both of their runs, we're going to move into the podium ceremonies on the backside of the roll-in.
We don't need another meeting or
All right, judges, make your way to your positions. Finalists, please find your starting positions. Again, you guys are going to get 2 45-second runs each. Best run counts once again. We're going to go in reverse qualifying order. Riders, make your way to your starting positions. We have narrowed things down to 12 finalists here in the men's 15 and up class. First up to drop in the finals, coming out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Let's get loud for Sean Underwood. Sean kicking things off on the Spox in the center of the Spark Park course. Going alley-oop X up from the quarter to bank. Sean, part of that Quickie Mart crew out of Tulsa. Stylish one-footed tabletop over that Euro box. Pumping his way around the wedge bowl section with a nice bar spin on the way out. You got about 20 seconds left on the clock, Sean. Going backflip over the tranny pyramid hip once again. Downside tail whip over that wedge hip. You still got 10 seconds left if you want it. It looks like he's waving off run number 1. Put your hands together for Sean Underwood. Next finalist to drop in for their first run of the finals, coming out of Arizona, make some noise for Andres Lopez. Starting out, double peg stall, drop in. Andres going T-bog over the street spine here in run number 1 of the finals. Alley-oop X up air from the quarter to bank. Andres going foot plant on that tranny wall. You got about 25 seconds left on the clock, Andres. Coming towards the box jump. T-bog over the box. 15 seconds left on the clock. Andres making his way over that street spine. Enough time for one more trick here in run number 1 of the finals. And that is going to be time wrapping it up with that 270 over the wedge hit for Andres. Next rider to drop in for his first run of the finals, coming out of Tucson, Arizona. Again, this is Saul Marino. Saul starting things off, knack to can over the Spox. Steezy little foot plant on that tranny wall. Saul making his way into the box jump section. Going X up over the box. You got about 25 seconds left on the clock, Saul. Saul making sure he touches every ramp on the course here today in the finals. Can from the quarter to bank. 10 more seconds. We're going 180 X up out of the bank that time. And a hop can on the way in. That is going to be time for run number 1 out of Saul Marino. Looks like the scores are in for Saul, so we're going to bring our next rider back to the course. Coming out of Annapolis, Maryland, this is Ryan Scott. Ryan starting things off, tire grab over the Spox. 360 up and out of that bank. Ryan coming back into the center of the park course here in run number 1 of the finals, going tabletop from the quarter to bank. Looking for that T-bog over that box lip hip in the center of the park course. 20 seconds left, Ryan. Carving up and over the top of the turkey tail. 10 more seconds. X up over that tranny pyramid hip. Ryan looking to finish strong with that 180 bar spin. And that is going to be time for run number 1 out of Ryan Scott. Next rider in for his first run of the finals, coming out of Arizona. Make some noise for Bryce Pitt. Bryce representing that Goodies crew, starting out with a T-bog over that coping spine. Tire grab up and over the top of the turkey tail. Bryce, you got about 30 seconds left on the clock. Bar spin up and out of the bank here in run number 1 of the finals. Bryce coming over to the box jump for the first time this run. What's he got in store for us? Looking for that toboggan over the box jump. Tail whip up that waterfall gap. And that is going to be time for run number 1 out of Bryce. Next guy making his first appearance in the finals here today, coming out of Sun City, California. Give it up for AJ Erickson. .45 seconds on the clock. AJ is in for run number 1 of the finals. AJ going tire grab to late toboggan over the box jump. Linking that hip line into the far side of the park course. 25 seconds left on the clock, AJ. AJ X up from the quarter to bank. Going tail whip up and out of the bank. Oh, just sliding out on that one. Looks like he is going to wave things off for run number 1. AJ knowing that it is best run counts format out here, and we are going to look for him to come out swinging in run number 2. Another rider hailing from Arizona. This is Kevin White. Kevin White looking to drop in for his first time of the finals here in the 15 and over division. With 45 seconds on the clock, he's starting things out on the box jump. Kevin airing things out over the box, styling the bike out sideways a little bit on that one. Linking that hip-to-hip transfer into the elevated quarter pipe. Big air over the hip, living on the edge here in run number 1. You got about 15 seconds left, Kevin. Kevin coming back into the box jump section to end off run 1 with a bang. What's he got on the box jump? Going for that 360 at the buzzer. And that is going to be time for run number 1 out of Kevin White. Into our top 5 qualifiers into the finals. We saw this guy. He went down hard in his first qualifying run. He came back out and laid down a great run number 2 to make his way into the finals. Let's get loud for Carl Nathan Mitchell. Carl making his way into the box jump section to start things off here in run number 1 of the finals. Big 360 tail whip. Oh, just overcooking it a little bit on that one. You got about 25 seconds left. Going truck driver over the street spine. Tail whip quarter to bank, slipping the pedals on that. You got about 15 seconds left on the clock, Carl. Bar spin over that wedge hip. Carl, knowing that this is a best run counts format, laying it all on the line right off the bat. We are looking forward to seeing Carl back on course for run number 2. Next guy coming to the course for his first time in the finals out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Akai Jenkins-Maling. Akai starting things off, big tail whip over the spocks. 360 up and out of that bank, keeping it smooth and stylish so far here in run number 1. Akai going 360 tail whip onto the top of the box jump. You got about 20 seconds left on the clock, Akai. Everything looking clean and dialed so far. Nice tail whip pocket transfer from the quarter over to that roll-in. First rider we've seen utilize that pocket air here today. And that is going to be time for run number 1 from Akai. Moving into our top 3 finalists. Coming out of Long Beach, California. Let's welcome him into the course. This is Jake Eagleson. Jake has a super cool, unique style, brought his own flavor here to qualifying. There's that big transfer from the hip all the way over. Massive T-bog on the turkey tail. Jake going double peg slide across that elevated quarter pipe. You got 25 seconds left on the clock. Jake showing you guys why he qualified in 3rd place out here. There's that ground chuck over the box jump, getting a little loose, but keeping it together. Jake, you got about 10 seconds left. How is Jake going to end run number 1 here in the finals? With a backflip onto the box jump, and that is going to be time for run number 1 from Jake. Into our top 2 qualifiers. Coming out of Rhode Island. Give it up for Kevin Robinson Jr. K-Rob Jr. starting things out with that big backflip over the spocks. We saw him pulling that out in the prelims. Starting strong here in run number 1 of the finals. K-Rob looking to build up some speed for the box jump, going bar spin, tuck no-hander. 20 seconds left on the clock, K-Rob. One-handed X-up transfer. You still got 15 seconds. There's a flare on the quarter. 5 more seconds, K-Rob. Looks like he's going to wave things off for run number 1. Make some noise for K-Rob Jr. That means we got one rider left to take their first run of the finals, and he is our first place qualifier. Coming out of Bayville, New Jersey, give it up for Colin Ackerman. Colin starting things off with that huge air on the quarter pipe. Big backflip over the spocks. Foot plant up on top of that tranny wall. Colin ripping into the box jump section with that ET over the box backwards. Colin with a big flip over the box jump. 20 seconds left on the clock, Colin. Colin keeping the speed going. Huge amplitude out of Colin. Big 360 on the street spine. Right into that tail whip from the quarter to bank. 5 more seconds, Colin. Colin going one-footed X up on the step up, and that is going to be time for run number 1 for New Jersey's Colin Ackerman. With all of our finalists having completed their first runs, we are going to go back to the top of the order. We have one more 45-second run from all of our finalists to find out where they stand in the rankings here at the finals. Dropping in for his second time in the finals, coming out of Tulsa, Oklahoma, this is Sean Underwood. Sean starting things out on the spocks. Going alley-oop air from the quarter to bank. Sean, part of that Quickie Mart crew, coming towards the tranny pyramid. Stylish little 1-foot Euro over the tranny box. You got about 25 seconds left on the clock, Sean. Sean going bar spin on that tranny wall. There's that backflip over the tranny pyramid hip once again. You got about 10 seconds left here in run number 2. Wrapping it up, going for that tail whip air, and that is going to be time for Tulsa, Oklahoma, Sean Underwood. Run number 2, coming out of Arizona. Give it up for Andres Lopez. Andres starting things out, nollie 270 over that wedge hip. Going tuck no-hander over the street spine here in run number 2. You got about 25 seconds left on the clock. Andres looking for that manual line, having to set down the front wheel. 15 seconds left on the clock. Topside can from the quarter to wedge. And that is going to be time for run number 2 out of Andres Lopez. Moving right along, another Tucson, Arizona rider. Give it up for Saul Marino. Saul starting things out. I believe that was a ground chuck X-up. Super cool trick out of Saul to kick things off here in run number 2. Carving up and over the top of that turkey tail, going tabletop from the quarter pipe to bank. You got about 25 seconds left on the clock. Saul, 180 X-up and out of that bank, pulling it clean this time. Saul making his way towards the box jump. 15 seconds, Saul. Big can over the box from Saul. Looks like he is waving things off. Run number 2 from Saul Marino. Wow, I was stoked on that ground chuck X up, grabbing the seat behind his back while he's doing that one-hand X. Super cool combo from Saul. Moving right along here in the finals in the men's 15 and over division. Next rider to drop in for the second time, coming out of Annapolis, Maryland. Give it up for Ryan Scott. Ryan starting things out. Tire grab over the spocks. 360 up and out of that bank. Ryan coming back over the spocks backwards here. Going tabletop from the quarter pipe to bank. Bar spin up and onto the box jump, just dabbing a foot. You got about 20 seconds left on the clock, Ryan. Carving up and over the top of that turkey tail. 10 more seconds, Ryan. Looking for another full pull here in the finals. Going for that foot jam at the buzzer. Put your hands together one more time for Ryan Scott. Next guy to drop in, coming out of Arizona. Give it up for Bryce Pitt. Bryce, part of that goodies crew, starting things out. Bar spin over that coping spine. Tire grab up and over the top of the turkey tail. Bryce keeping the speed going here in run number 2. Turn down over the tranny pyramid. Popping a tail whip up and out of the bank. You got about 20 seconds left on the clock, Bryce. Looking to keep the speed and amplitude throughout the full 45 seconds. 10 more seconds, Bryce. Bar spin up that waterfall. And that is going to be time. Pulling the down whip perfect this time. Arizona's Bryce Pitt definitely improving there in run number 2.
I just swapped his battery to this one.
Moving down the order here in our second runs of the finals. Next rider to drop from Sun City, California, AJ Erickson. AJ starting things off on the box jump. AJ going tire grab to late toboggan. Channel air transfer, linking that line together once again. Super cool channel gap right into that step down. Going X up the quarter to bank. 20 more seconds, AJ. 180 bar spin up and out of the bank. Just stepping off the bike on that one. You still got 10 seconds, man. Transferring tranny pyramid over to that volcano. And finishing it up with a truck driver at the very end of run number 2. AJ having a little bobble in the middle of his run there, but still a great run number 2 out of AJ. Next guy coming out of Fountain Hills, Arizona. Give it up. This is Kevin White. Kevin coming at us for his second time in the finals this afternoon. Coming towards the box jump, airing things out here in run 2. Transferring up into that elevated quarter pipe section. You got about 25 seconds left on the clock, Kevin. Kevin flowing the course out here. Big 360 over the Spox. You got about 15 seconds left on the clock. With 5 seconds remaining, Kevin turning to the box jump. What's he got to wrap up run 2? There's that 360, and that is going to be time for run number 2 for Arizona's Kevin White. He is pumped on that one. A full 45-second run from Kevin. Keeping everything clean there in run number 2. Five more riders to take their second runs here in the finals. Next guy dropping in out of Missouri, Carl Nathan Mitchell. Nate starting things off on the Spox. Truck driver over the Spox to start off run number 2. Bar spin on that tranny wall. We saw Nate absolutely rolling the dice with that massive 3-whip in run 1. What's he got for run 2? There's that 360 tail whip, pulling it this time. Nate, keep it going, 20 seconds on the clock. Bar spin, that step down transfer. 360 over the street spine, landing smooth. Flicking the bars once again. Hot hands out of Nate, bar after bar. You got 5 seconds left, Nate. And a tail whip over the hip to wrap it up. Nate is stoked on that one. Make some noise for Carl Nathan Mitchell. Wow, after a crazy crash on that 360 tail whip in run number 1, Nate coming out and putting it together in run 2. The judges are tallying the scores on Nate. We got 4 more riders here in the finals. Next guy coming out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Akai Jenkins Maling. Akai going double tail whip over the Spox. 360 and up and out of that bank. Bar spin on the tranny wall. We're only 10 seconds into his run, and Akai has already crammed so many tricks in here. Going backflip onto the top of the box jump, 360 into the landing. Having a dab of foot. You got about 15 seconds left on the clock, Akai. Coming towards that street spine. Double tail whip around the pocket this time. 5 more seconds, Akai. Wrapping it up with that foot jam. Make some noise for Akai. Throwing down here in run number 2. Wow, all of these finalists are really stepping things up for run 2. The judges are certainly going to be scratching their heads up here to figure out where these guys rank up on the day. Moving into our top 3 qualifiers into the finals. 3 runs remaining here in the men's 15 and over division. Next guy to drop from Long Beach, California, Jake Eagleson. I've been loving this guy's style all day long. Jake starting out with that big transfer once again from the hip all the way over to the bank. Massive T-bog over the turkey tail. 30 seconds left on the clock. Jake double peg slide across that whole quarter pipe. Jake coming into the box jump section for the first time this run. There's that ground chuck over the box jump. 360 up the waterfall. You got 10 seconds left, Jake. Jake looking to finish run 2 with a bang. Backflip up and onto the top, and that is going to be time. Another full 45-second run from Jake. Holy moly, Jake absolutely crushing it out here in the finals. Two riders yet to drop. All his friends hyping him on the deck. Woodward West, give it up for Kevin Robinson Jr. K-Rob Jr. starting out, big backflip over the spocks. Going to the top of that tranny wall. K-Rob Jr. flowing over the box jump backwards. He got 30 seconds left on the clock. Bar spin, tuck no-hander. Dabbing his foot, but he's still got the momentum going. 20 seconds left. Transferring down that step down. Nice 360 over the street spine. Right into the flare. Oh! K-Rob Jr. overcooking it just a little bit. Falling off the bike on that one. He's still got a huge smile on his face. Having a blast out here this weekend. Make some noise for K-Rob Jr. And that is going to be a wrap on Kevin Robinson Jr.'s second run. That means we got one rider left here in the finals. He is the current points leader in this class. Coming out of Bayville, New Jersey, Colin Ackerman. Colin starting out with that massive air once again. Big flip over the spocks. Colin staying smooth and consistent throughout the day so far. Setting up big on that 9-foot quarter pipe for the box jump. Another lofty backflip out of Colin. 20 seconds left, Colin. Colin coming towards the street spine. Big 360 over the street spine. Going tail whip from the quarter to bank. 5 more seconds, Colin. One-footed X up on the step up. And a bar spin to flat, and that's going to be time for Colin Ackerman. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to give the judges a moment to tally the scores. We're going to go right into our podium ceremonies here in the 15 and over division, right behind the foam pit roll-in. And again, not only are we going to find our podium finishers here for round number 6, but we are going to also crown an amateur national champion in the men's 15 and over division. Masters class riders, at this time, the course is yours for warm-up. All right, the results are in for the men's 15 and over division. Finishing 12th place on the weekend. Make some noise for AJ Erickson. AJ coming to the podium. Coming in 11th, Kevin White. Our 10th place finisher is Ryan Scott. A 9th place goes to Bryce Pitt. Eighth place for round number 6 is Sean Underwood. Sean Underwood, are you here? Come to the podium. Our 7th place finisher is Andres Lopez Monreal. Coming in 6th on the weekend is Kevin Robinson Jr. Our 5th place finisher, and he did one of my favorite tricks of the weekend so far. Give it up for Saul Marino.
Smile, kid.
Finishing it just off the podium in 4th. His first contest. Give it up for Akai Jenkins Maling. Incredible riding, Akai. I cannot wait to see more from that young man in the future. And that means we are moving in to our podium positions here in the men's 15 and over division. Super unique style out of this young rider. 3rd place finisher, Jake Eagleson. All right, moving in to the top 2 finishers in 2nd place. These guys' scores were super close together. Your 2nd place finisher, we saw him take a super hard slam in run 1, but he came out and made his way onto the podium. Give it up for Carl Nathan Mitchell II. And you guys know what that means. Your 1st place finisher, he had big tricks. He had the style. He had the amplitude. Make some noise for Colin Ackerman. Big congratulations to all of our competitors. And we are going to post the full results from our men's 15 and over division. So if you are not a finalist and you want to know what position you did finish in, those results will be posted here today. We are not done with awards for the 15 and up class just yet. We need to crown an amateur national champion. I'm pretty sure this guy has finished first in almost every live contest he's entered this year. He's won a whole slew of the video contest. Your 15 and over 2021 amateur national champion, Colin Ackerman. Colin, keeping it consistent all season long. Congratulations, my friend.
it out tonight. C1. We're gonna blow it out.
Blow it out. We have to going off.
Yeah, I hope so. I'll scream enough that we'll make them go off.
Any chance we're gonna have you announce the winners for the Dan's giveaway?
Yeah, of course, man.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, listen up. If you stop by the Dance Comp booth and entered the parts giveaway, they have completed the drawing, and we got the winners, courtesy of Dance Comp, Vincent Durant, Danny Ruse, and Joaquim Pinto. You three have won yourself a parts package courtesy of Dance Comp mail order. Stop by the booth outside to claim your prize. Big shout out to Dance Comp mail order for doing that giveaway here this weekend. And of course, a huge shout out to all of our sponsors: Free Agent Bicycles, ODI Grips, Colt Bikes, Snafu Components, Dance Comp Mail Order, and of course, our headline sponsor, Hyper Bike Co. Also, a big shout out to all of the crews representing out here this weekend: Genuine BMX. We're talking about the Quickie Mart boys and the Goodies crew as well. Super cool to see these scenes coming together and making their way to the Amateur Freestyle Series this year. Ladies and gentlemen, get your foam rollers out and your AARP cards. We are about to crank things up with the Masters class. One of the coolest things about the USA BMX Freestyle Series is that we have so many classes of all ages of riders, and we have a lot of father and son or father and daughter combos that have been attending so far this year. And who knows, I'm waiting for us to have some moms in the Masters class here maybe next year.
Right now, I'm like, yeah, I'll come. 6 years?
How many more minutes we got?
We're ready whenever.
All right, Masters class riders, please make your way to the starting positions. All right, we got the judges in position. We got our Masters class riders finding their starting spots on the course. We are going straight to the finals here in the Masters class. These guys are each going to get two 45-second runs. Best run counts. We're going to start things off with a rider coming out of Texas. Make some noise for J.W. Snyder. J.W. used to be a professional bullfighter. His son rides in one of the classes earlier, and he said, you know what? I think I'm going to learn what BMX is all about. That was earlier this year at the first stop at Woodward West, and J.W. has just been progressing ever since, having a blast out here on his bicycle, going foot jam nose pick that time. You got about 20 seconds left on the clock, J.W. Making his way up the top of the box jump. 10 seconds remaining for JW here in run number one. Sprocket chunk up and over the top of that coping spine. And that is going to be time for run number one from J.W. Snyder. Big old smile on his face as he leaves the course from run 1. Next rider to drop in for his first run of the weekend, coming out of Sand Springs, Oklahoma. Put your hands together for Dave Hoffman. Dave, another super familiar face out here on the USA BMX Freestyle Series. Dave airing that wedge wall, cranking back across the course. You got about 30 seconds left on the clock, Dave. Going 180 up and out, pulling it that time. Dave launching back onto that tranny pyramid. You got 20 seconds left, Dave. Keep it going, dude. Up and onto the box jump here. 10 more seconds for run 1 from Dave Hoffman. And that is going to be time for run number 1 for Oklahoma's Dave Hoffman. Next guy to take his first run of the contest, coming out of South Jordan, Utah. Give it up for Dean Weaver. Dean starting things off, pumping over that volcano hip. Up and over the turkey tail. Dean launching up that wedge Euro on the far side of the park course. Dean, you got about 25 seconds left on the clock here in run number 1. Going up and over the top of the spocks. Dean diving back down towards the box jump, 10 seconds remaining. Nice air up onto the top of the box. And that is going to be time with that transfer back into the far side of the course for run number 1 from Dean Weaver. Moving down the list here in the Masters class. This guy hailing from California, give it up for Chris Thunstrom. Chris, another staple here on the USA BMX Freestyle Series, starting off big 360 over the spocks. Toothpick grind, first guy we've seen use that ledge all day. Double peg slide down the rail. Chris absolutely going off here in run number 1. Going backflip onto the box jump. 20 seconds left, Chris. Transferring up and across and linking it together with that step down. Oh, Chris just sliding out on that one. Holy moly. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Chris Thunstrom. Chris coming out swinging here in run number 1. Jeremiah Shin might have been looking nervous on the deck over there for a minute. We got a couple riders left here. This next guy coming out of Tucson, Arizona. Give it up for Will Bissell. Will has a gorgeous style on the BMX bike. You can tell he is a master of his craft. He has been at it for years, and we are going to see that right now, keeping the flow going with that X up over the box jump. Will linking the lines together, doing that pull-out transfer off the vert wall, transferring from the tranny pyramid to the volcano, wall slap on the side of that spine. The Masters class is going off here in run number 1. Wall ride on the sub box. 10 seconds left, Will. Alley-oop tabletop from the quarter to bank with 5 seconds left. Will cranking back up, transferring the other way that time. Back pedal slide, and that is going to be time. Finishing it with the 180 over the coping spine. These Masters class riders are pulling out all the stops here today. This next guy to drop in, he is definitely a staple on the USA BMX Freestyle Series. He's the current points leader in the Masters class division from Jacksonville, North Carolina, doing it for Viking BMX and Missing Link CrossFit. Make some noise for Jeremiah Shin. Jeremiah, no stranger to going big, starting out no footer on that elevated spine. Backflip over the spocks. 35 seconds left on the clock. Jeremiah going with that step down transfer, cranking across the park. Big X up from the quarter to bank. Looking for that turn down over the street spine. Jeremiah, you got about 20 seconds left on the clock. Transferring into the waterfall, cranking towards that 9-foot quarter pipe. Jeremiah taking it upside down once again. 5 more seconds, Maya. And that is going to be time for run number 1 from Jeremiah Shin. We got one more rider to drop in here in the Masters class, a last-minute entry. Ladies and gentlemen, coming out of Nova Scotia, Canada, give it up right now for Willie Maquette. Oh, it looks like Willie, I believe he's having some bike issues. We're going to get that tire fixed. Hopefully, maybe we're going to see him for run number 2. We will see. Entering last minute with a broken bike, but we're going to go back to the top of the order. Run number 2. Let's give it up right now for Texas's J.W. Snyder. J.W. starting off run number 2. Going downside foot plant on the quarter pipe. This guy's got a brand new trick for himself every time he drops in. JW going sprocket chunk to over on that coping spine. Looking for that foot jam nose pick. You got about 15 seconds left, JW. Five seconds left on the clock. Showing us that frame slide, looking to stand the bike back up. Oh, make some noise for J.W. Snyder. Next Masters class rider to drop in for his second run here this afternoon from Sand Springs, Oklahoma. Make some noise one more time for Dave Hoffman. Dave has been a huge supporter of the USA BMX Freestyle Series, showing up to all of the stops this year, having a blast out here on his bicycle. Looks like he's waving things off for run number 2. Guys, let's make some noise right now for Dave Hoffman. Part of that Quickie Mart crew. So stoked to have him and his whole crew out here this year. Moving down the list here in the Masters class. Next guy to drop coming out of South Jordan, Utah. Once again, this is Dean Weaver. Dean starting things off of flowing over the volcano. Going curve wall ride on the far side of the park course. 30 seconds left on the clock, Dean. Dean launching up and over the top of that 6-foot box in the center of the park course. 15 more seconds, Dean. Dean making his way towards the box jump. Just a few seconds remaining. Catching some nice air up and onto the top of the box. Keeping the flow going, using every ramp in here, and that is going to be time. Put your hands together for Utah's Dean Weaver. Looks like we only have 4 riders left here in the Masters class yet to take their second run. This guy went absolutely wild in run number 1. Woodward camp, let's get loud for California's Chris Thunstrom! Chris had a phenomenal run, number 1. Big X up over that volcano. Alley-oop one-hander. Going with that behind-the-back seat grab, a.k.a. the ground chuck over the spine. Chris, you still got 25 seconds on the clock. Phenomenal riding out of Chris so far today. Going backflip onto the box jump again here in run number 2. 15 seconds, Chris. Chris jumping over the top of that box back. We're going flare! And he pulled it! Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Chris Thunstrom! Wow, that is what BMX is all about right there. His kids and his friends emptying off the sidelines to congratulate their dad on a phenomenal ride out here today. Chris, thank you for that, man. That was quite a treat to watch, my friend. Holy moly, and to think we're not even done yet. These Masters class riders are absolutely going in for the finals here in Tehachapi. Next rider to drop coming out of Tucson, Arizona. Give it up for the Style Cat, Will Bissell. This guy looks so good on the bicycle. Starting out with a classic flatty over the box jump. Will keeping the momentum going out here in run number 2, transferring from the street spine into the turkey tail. Wall ride up and across the channel that time. Nice tire slide on the volcano. Will, you got about 20 seconds left on the clock. Will making BMX look good out here at Woodward West. Going foot jam nose pit right into that ghost pedal stall. 180 on, 180 out on the box jump. You got about 5 seconds left, Will. And wrapping it up with the Abubakar. 2 incredible runs this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Will Bissell. Only a couple riders left to drop in here this afternoon. This next guy is an absolute maniac, capable of some of the biggest tricks out there. Coming out of Jacksonville, North Carolina, doing it for Viking BMX and Missing Link CrossFit. Give it up one more time for Jeremiah Shin. Jeremiah, a fan favorite out here on the USA BMX Freestyle Series. Starting things out 360 over the Spocks. Jeremiah transferring from the step up into that lower bank. Flare from the 7-foot to wedge, just sliding out on that one. Jeremiah, you still got 20 seconds left on the clock, man. Jeremiah making his way into the box jump section where he really shines, twisting the throttle towards the 9-foot. Jeremiah going X up over the box jump that time. And that is going to be a wrap for run number 2 from Jeremiah Shin. We got one more rider to take their run here in the Masters class. He was a late entry coming out of Canada. Looks like he got his bike fixed. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Willie Make It. We got Willie starting things off on the far side of the park course. Going downside foot plant. Oh my goodness. He can't even keep his feet on the pedals. Will he make it? Nobody knows. Going from the straight spine up into the turkey tail. Wow, Willie suddenly smoothing out here, blasting his way over the box jump. Will he make it? I think he can. Jumping his way over the box backwards. Willie suddenly going huge on the 9-foot, going no-footer late X up. Willie, our last-minute entry, putting on a show out here. Oh my goodness! Massive alley-oop 450 from Willie and a backflip. Our last-minute entry, Willie Make It, absolutely throwing down. Make some noise for Willie. Willie is stoked on that one. Looks like Willie is not done just yet. What are you doing out there, Willie? Willie Make It. Yes, he did. Give it up for Mr. Ryan Nyquist. Messing with his good buddy Jeremiah Shin there a little bit. That's up to these guys. They said Willie Make It straight to the UCI finals. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to move into the podium ceremonies for our Masters class division. Expert Open Group 1 riders. Your warm-up session starts now.
At the premises park, there's this like narrow, like 10-foot, and he was like doing like probably 4 or 5 feet out, but just like the sickest, like Josh Stricker flatties. I was like, oh man, that looks sick.
It looks cool just seeing his long bike. It almost looks like a cruiser.
Right. We good?
Jeremiah Shin won. Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the scores are in for our Masters Class riders here this weekend at round number 6 of the 2021 USA BMX Freestyle Series. And I have to say, I am thoroughly impressed with all of our Masters Class riders. These guys absolutely went off this afternoon. Coming in 6th place, give it up for J.W. Snyder. JW, it's been an absolute pleasure having you on the series this year. So cool to see him and his son coming out and riding all of these stops. Your 5th place finisher, Mr. Dave Hoffman. Dave, part of that Quickie Mart crew. Thank you to the whole Quickie Mart Tulsa crew for all of your support here this year. We've loved having you guys out here on the USA BMX Freestyle Series. 4th place on the weekend, just off the podium. Give it up for Dean Weaver. All right, moving into our podium positions, all 3 of these riders had the judges absolutely losing their minds up here. In 3rd place, give it up for Jeremiah Shin. Jeremiah, it has been a pleasure watching you ride all series long. Our 2nd place finisher on the afternoon. He makes BMX look good. Give it up for Will Bissell! And you guys know what that means. He went absolutely wild out here today. Give it up for Chris Thunstrom! All of you gentlemen should be extremely proud. Phenomenal riding from everyone in our Masters Class division here this weekend. Chris getting the support from his friends and fellow competitors. He got his kids out here riding in the series, and today he got himself a 1st place finish of his own. Now, we do have a national champion to crown here in the Masters class. This guy has been the biggest inspiration. He sends it every single stop, and it doesn't look like he's slowing down anytime soon. Your 2021 Masters class national champion, Jeremiah Shin.
Going in and ended up being 19. So he needed Will won, Jeremiah needed a 4.
Moving along into our open expert class, Heat 1 riders. You guys are during your warm-up session right now. Our Heat 1 open expert class is going to go straight to the finals. You guys are going to get 2 45-second runs. Best run counts. All right, riders in the open expert class, heat 1. Please meet on the flat bottom in front of the box jump for a quick riders meeting.
Someone not come claim it yet? No, we got 2 that didn't come. Okay. We're going to go to another one if you don't mind. That Nicholas, good luck with that last name. I'm sorry.
Alkeaga, something like that. Okay, so just read him?
Yes, it's that one.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, again, we have a Dan's Comp giveaway. Nicholas Alkeaga, you have won yourself a parts package courtesy of Dan's Comp mail order. Nicholas Alkeaga, please report to the Dan's Comp booth to claim your prize. Ladies and gentlemen, you thought stuff was crazy so far, and it is just about to get even more insane. We are moving in to the open expert class. A lot of these riders are right on the cusp of breaking into those professional ranks. Some of them will even be competing in the UCI Elite Men's Contest later this afternoon. So this is literally going to be their last contest as an amateur before they move into those pro ranks. And again, in the UCI Elite Men's class, not only are those riders going to be competing for a cash prize, but they're going to be competing for those points that will allow them to ride in the World Cup Fee Series. Again, riders in the open expert class, we are going straight to a finals format. You guys are going to get 2 45-second runs. It's going to be best run counts. And we have quite the points race here in the open expert division between our top 2 riders. But we also have a whole slew of other riders that are hungry for that first place finish here at round number 6. All right, looks like the judges are ready to score these riders. Our open expert competitors in Heat 1 have made their way to their starting positions. Woodward Camp, you guys ready to get the open expert class underway? First rider to drop in. Let's get loud right now for Nicholas De La Costa. 45 seconds on the clock. Nicholas starting out on the far side of the park course, going can over the street spine. Berman his way up around that far side of the park course. Transferring down into that waterfall and towards the box jump. Setting up for the box. What's he got? Tuck no-hander, holding those hands off the entire time. You got about 15 seconds remaining. Nicholas setting up for the Spocks. 360 over the Spocks. And ended up with that fast plant up and over the step up. And that is going to be time for run number 1. Finishing up with that tuck no-hander. Make some noise for Nicholas De La Costa. The next guy coming in for his first run of the weekend, another rider with a super unique style and a very unique approach to a park course. Coming from Austin, Texas, give it up for Michael Woodby. Got the tassels on the handlebars, going over toothpick grind down the handrail. This guy is a Woodward West local. He's been out here all summer long and is about to live here this winter. Big toboggan over the box jump. Double peg grind up the ledge to manual around into that quarter pipe. You got about 20 seconds left on the clock, Michael. Michael, no-footed carve up and over the top of that turkey tail. Massive air over the channel. 10 seconds left, Michael. Coming towards the box jump, manualing his way across the box. Double peg slide, manual around. Just making it work, 90 and into that quarter pipe. That is going to be time for run number 1 for Michael Woodby. Next rider to drop is another California native. Give it up for Shane Davis. Shane starting things out. 360 bar spin to bar spin back over the spocks. Going foot jam to over on the step up. Huge tail whip down that step down transfer. 30 seconds on the clock. Shane, flare bar spin from the quarter to bank. Shane coming out swinging here in run number 1. Going nollie bar spin over that wedge hip. You got about 15 seconds left on the clock, Shane. Shane has showed us some massive tricks already here in run number 1. 10 seconds left, Shane. Shane making his way back towards that Spox. What he has to end run number 1. Double truck driver over the box jump right at the buzzer. Make some noise for Shane Davis. Shane starting off run 1 heavy with that 360 bar spin to bar spin back right into that foot jam to over. Next rider to take his first run of the weekend, coming out of Tucson, Arizona. One of the most stylish riders out there. Give it up for Adler Cromer. Adler makes BMX look good, roasting that box jump backwards. With that off-axis underflip over the box jump. Adler, you got about 30 seconds left on the clock. We first saw Adler earlier this year at the Premises Park down in Tucson. Big flare from the quarter to wedge. You got 20 seconds left, Adler. Adler going 360 up and out of that bank. Double peg stall, faking it into the bank. 10 seconds remaining, Adler. Enough time for one more trick on the Spox. 180 bar spin, pulling it off clean. Make some noise for Arizona's Adler Cromer. Wow, these open expert class riders are not disappointing here this weekend at the finals in Tehachapi. The next rider is another California native. Give it up for Shane O'Hara. Shane rocking the stars and stripes on his helmet, starting things off with that 360 tabletop. Wow, super cool foot plant toboggan seat grab on that tranny wall. Shane coming towards the box jump, going tuck no-hander, late turn down. 20 seconds left on the clock. Shane carving around, pulling off that vert wall down the wedge euro. Transferring from the street spine up into that turkey tail. You got about 10 seconds left on the clock. Super steezy 1-foot seat grab tabletop over the hip. Going for a wild 540 on the quarter pipe. Make some noise for Shane O'Hara. California is representing here in heat number 1. Next guy coming out of Temecula. Give it up for Ian Oliver. Ian starting out on the far side of the park course, going ET down the Euro. One-hander from the street spine to turkey tail. Tail whip up and out of that bank. You got about 30 seconds left on the clock. Ian, truck driver bunny hop into the bank. Ian making his way towards the spocks. Double ET over the spocks. Opposite 360 up and out of the bank that time. You still got about 10 seconds left, Ian. Ian taking it to the streets over the spocks backwards. A 540, oh, just sliding out on the rollout. Make some noise for Ian Oliver. Three more riders to take their first runs here in heat number 1. This next guy is another one of my personal favorites, part of that Quickie Mart crew out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Give it up for Lou Uba! Lou's got the bike to match the bus that they drove here this weekend. Lou, 45 seconds starts when you drop in, my friend. Starting out with that Euro hop down. Huge backflip over the spocks to get run 1 started. Going X up on the step up. Lou charging into the box jump section. Setting up tabletop on that 9-foot quarter pipe. Double tail whip out of Lou. Lou, you got about 20 seconds left on the clock. Carving towards that street spine. Lou with a big 360 over the street spine. Right into a flare on the 7-foot. Tail whip on the spine. 5 more seconds, Lou. And that is going to be time for a great run at number 1 from Lou Uba. Originally from Costa Rica. And now representing that Quickie Mart crew out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Two riders left here in Heat 1 to take their first runs. Another Tucson, Arizona rider. Give it up for Octavio Castillo. Octavio starting things out, 360 tabletop over the spocks. 180 bar spin transfer up onto the deck out of that quarter pipe. Airing things out on the street spine. You got about 30 seconds left on the clock, Octavio. $20 seconds remaining for Octavio here in run number 1. Oh, looks like he might have been looking for a tuck no-hander there. Another super unique 180 transfer from Octavio, and that is going to be time for run number 1. Make some noise for Octavio. This next rider coming out of Oakland, California. Earlier this spring, he did one of the craziest moves. Give it up for Arlo Hadley. Arlo starting things off in the box jump section. Suicide no-hander over the box to start things off. Transferring from that channel. Arlo keeping the speed and flow going here in run number 1. Big air over the turkey tail. 1 foot tabletop across the channel. 20 seconds on the clock. Downside tail whip over that box jump hip. You got about 15 seconds remaining, Arlo. Arlo going 360 over the street spine, right into the flare from the quarter to bank. And that is going to be time for run number 1 from Arlo Hadley. So all of our riders in Heat 1 have completed their first runs. That means we're going back to the top of the order. Give it up once again for Nicholas De La Costa. Starting out with a can over that street spine on the far side of the park course. Nicholas going tail whip into that waterfall. Coming into the box jump section for the first time this run. Big tuck no-hander, holding those arms off once again. You got about 15 seconds remaining, man. Setting up tire tap on that quarter pipe for the Spocks. Smooth tail whip over the Spocks from Nicholas. Foot plant up that step up. And that is going to be time. Wrapping it up with that big tuck no-hander air. Make some noise for Nicholas De La Costa. Next rider to drop in for their second run, coming out of Austin, Texas. Give it up for Michael Woodby. Oh my goodness, Michael had a wardrobe change for run number 2. Looks like a Little Red Riding Hood is on the course, going over toothpick grind down the rail. Michael making some bar babies of his own over the box jump, looking for that double peg grind to manual link once again. You got about 25 seconds left on the clock, Michael. Looking to impress the judges with his dress out there. Little sit-down seat bounce over the Spocks. Taking the rest of his run from the seat, it looks like. Pedaling up and over the top of the turkey tail. Michael having a blast out here this afternoon. That is going to be time for run number 2 out of Michael Woodby. Keeping BMX fun out here this weekend. Right. Next rider to drop, another California rider. Give it up for Shane Davis. Shane starting things off. 360 bar spin to late tail whip. I have no idea how he got back on the bike on that one. Very last second making it. Oh my goodness, double tail whip down the step down. Flare bar spin. Oh, Shane just falling off the back of the bike on that one. Wow, he came out absolutely swinging in run number 2. Unfortunately, just going down on that flare bar. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Shane. Coming out of Tucson, Arizona, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him back to the course. This is Adler Kramer. Adler starting things off 360 over the box jump backwards, taking it a little deep on that one. 180 bar spin onto the top of the box jump from Adler. Super steezy hand plant, leaning that bike way over on that one. You got about 20 seconds left, Adler. 180 bar spin to bar spin back, pulling the rollout. Such a difficult trick to pull off first try. 5 seconds remaining. Adler just looking to put on a show out there. 540 over the spine. Just having to step off the bike. Make some noise for Adler Kramer.
Am I doing okay? No, you're doing okay.
Lisa says she's kicking in.
Right.
Next guy to take his second run here in heat number 1 of the Expert Open Division. Give it up for Shane O'Hara. Shane repping America on that helmet, going truck driver to sprocket on the Spox. Launching over that box jump, hit backwards. You got about 30 seconds left on the clock, Shane. Can X up to late one-footer. Oh my goodness, hold it together, Shane. You got 15 seconds left, man. Launching up and over the top of that turkey tail. Going backflip onto the top of the box jump. 5 seconds, Shane. Wrapping it up with the surfer. Give it up for Shane O'Hara, everybody.
At this time, Tony D is going to show you guys what it looks like.
Next guy coming in out of Temecula, California. This is Ian Oliver. Ian starting things off 360 bar spin over the Spox. Opposite 360 up and out of that bank. Linking it right into that fakie back into the bank. Ian, you got about 30 seconds left on the clock. Going tire grab on the quarter pipe. Toboggan to late bar spin. Super cool combination out of Ian. Slipping his pedals a little bit on that tail whip. You still got 15 seconds left on the clock, Ian. Ian going for the 540. Oh, just sliding out on the rollback. Ian rolling the dice there at the end of run number 2. Going for that 540 to fakie over the Spox. Three more riders here in heat number 1 of the Open Expert class yet to take their second runs. This next guy, a member of the Quickie Mart crew from Tulsa, Oklahoma. Give it up for Lou Uba. "45 seconds on the clock. We hit start when you drop in, Lou." Lou is off and running for run number 2. Starting out, going for that 360 tail whip over the spine. Just kicking it a little too early, catching the back wheel on the face of the lip. We got Mike from Summit Athletics going to give Lou a look, make sure he is okay. Oh, man, unfortunately, Lou going down at the very beginning of that run. He's up and walking around under his own power. Put your hands together for Lou Uba. Still got a big smile on his face. Two more riders here in heat number one. Another Tucson, Arizona rider. Give it up for Octavio Castillo. Starting things out, 360 over the Spocks. 180 bar spin transfer again. Pulling it clean with the half cab into the wedge bowl that time. Super cool line out of Octavio here in run number two. Pumping his way over that volcano. Octavio's got a super unique approach to the park course out here this weekend. You got about 15 seconds left, going tuck no-hander over the street spine. Tabletop from that quarter to bank. 5 seconds left, Octavio. And that's going to be time for run number two from Octavio Castillo. One rider left here in heat number one of the Open Expert class. Coming out of Oakland, California, give it up for Arlo Hadley. Arlo starting things off in the box jump section. Going nothing over the box jump in run number two. Arlo transferring his way to the far side of the park course. Massive wall ride over the turkey tail. Oh my goodness, into a huge air over the channel, just hanging it up and going over the bars. Arlo going absolutely huge on that wall ride. Unfortunately, just hanging up on the channel gap and having to wave things off for run number two. That is going to wrap things up for heat one of the Expert Open class. We are now going to ask our heat two riders to make their way onto the course. You guys are going to get a 10-minute warm-up session. First three riders to drop in heat two are going to be as follows: Chase Bruno, Zoa Cross, and Tyler Bruno.
gotta like kick me the balls or something. Larry's gonna be the one that's on. Come on, Andrew. Gotta fight, kid.
All right, Heat 2 riders, please make your way to the flat bottom in front of the box jump for a quick riders meeting. All right, the riders meeting has concluded. That means we are ready to get Heat 2 of the Open Expert class underway.
Who? Are you filming Dante's run? Am I? Yeah. No, we can't do it. I can't film it. No.
I gotta put this run. Excellent.
All right, let's get it going.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got our Heat 2 riders making their way to their starting positions. Each of these riders are going to get 2 45-second runs. Best run counts. First rider to drop in, coming out of Parker, Arizona, make some noise for Chase Bruno. Chase starting things out with a whole bunch of speed. Big truck driver over the box jump. Flare transfer out of Chase. Going alley-oop 360 transfer down the step down. You got about 30 seconds left on the clock, Chase. Big tail whip on that bank. Chase going 540 that time. 15 seconds left, Chase. Chase going opposite downside tail whip from the quarter to bank. 5 more seconds, Chase. Transferring from the tranny pyramid into the volcano, up and across the channel. And that is going to be time with the flip Superman. Chase Bruno absolutely going for it here in run number 1. The judges are tallying the scores for Chase.
Yeah, exactly.
The judges are having a little bit of difficulty getting the scores in. While we're waiting on them, I want to give another big shout out to all of the series sponsors. They are the ones who made the 2021 USA BMX Freestyle Series possible. Free Agent Bikes, ODI Grips, Colt Bikes, Snafu Components, Dan's Comp Mail Order, and of course Hyper Bicycles. And a big shout out to Woodward Sports Camp, both East and West, for holding 4 of our stops here this year. All right, looks like the scores are in for Chase. Moving into our next rider from New Lebanon, Ohio. Give it up for Zoa Cross. Zoa, another familiar face on the USA BMX Freestyle Series. Big tail whip from the quarter to bank to start off run number 1 from Zoa. Going turn down from the street spine into the turkey tail. Zoa, you got about 25 seconds left on the clock, representing DK Bicycles. Big tabletop on that quarter pipe. Going 360 tail whip. Oh, just getting pitched to the ground on that one. Zoa is back on his feet. You got 5 seconds left if you want it, Zoa. Going for that whip to foot jam whip, and that is going to be time for run number 1 for Ohio's Zoa Cross. The next rider we are going to bring in for his first run of the weekend. We saw his brother ride just a few moments ago. Coming out of Parker, Arizona, give it up for Tyler Bruno. The Bruno brothers represent out here this weekend. Tyler going huge over the turkey tail. Manualing around up and over that spine. Tyler going double truck driver over the box jump here in run number 1. Tyler setting up big on that 9-foot quarter pipe. 15 seconds left on the clock, Tyler. 180 bar spin onto the box jump. Tyler's got about 5 seconds left here in run number 1. Oh, just hanging up a little bit, and that is going to be time for run number 1 for Arizona's Tyler Bruno. Next guy we're going to bring into the course for his first round of the weekend, part of that Quickie Mart crew. Give it up for Steve Carr. Steve starting things out with that 180 backwards manual on the box jump. Going turn down over that micro coping spine. Knack over the street spine. You got about 25 seconds left, Steve. Steve linking that manual line up to disaster to fakie. Oh, just popping off the back of the bike. You still got 10 seconds left if you want it, Steve. Tire slide up and across that tranny pyramid. Wrapping it up with a foot plant to can, and that is going to be time for run number 1 from Steve Carr. We are about halfway through the order here in heat number 2 of the Open Expert class. Next guy coming out of Oregon, give it up for Nathan Glade. Nathan starting things out with that big flare from the corner to wedge. Going 360 downside tail whip over the street spine. Nathan coming in with about 25 seconds left on the clock. Setting up for the Spox. What's he got for us here? 360 double tail whip over the Spox. Pulling it straight to the pedals. You got about 15 seconds left, Nathan. Keep it going, man. Nathan making his way towards the box jump. Triple tail whip over the box from Nathan. And that is going to be time for run number 1 from Nathan Glade. Absolutely throwing down here for his first run of the contest. Looks like the scores are in for Nathan, so we're going to move into our next rider coming out of Oklahoma. Give it up for Justin Lobb. Justin starting things off with a big backflip over the Spox. Another member of that Quickie Mart crew. Scrubbing off a little bit of speed on his way back across the park course. You got about 25 seconds left on the clock. Justin going 360 over the Spox this time. Chinking his peg on something up there on the backside of the course. You got 15 seconds left, Justin. Big tuck no-hander on that quarter pipe. 5 seconds remaining here in run number 1 for Justin. Going backflip over that tranny pyramid hip, just under rotating a little bit. We got 4 riders remaining here in heat number 2 of the Open Expert Division. Next guy to drop in, coming out of Reno, Nevada, give it up for Owen Davis. Owen starting things off with a backflip tail whip over the Spox. Starting out run number 1 with a bang. Owen making his way into the box jump section. 360 downside tail whip over the box. Keeping it smooth out here in run 1. 20 seconds left on the clock, Owen. Going tuck no-hander from the street spine up into the turkey tail. Double tail whip over that hip. Oh, just sliding out. Owen going big early in run number 1. Can't wait to see him back on the course for run 2 here in just a few minutes.
Is that Kane? Kane Camacho? Oh, he's not in.
Oh, sorry guys, Kane's not in.
That means we got 2 more riders here in the Open Expert class, and these are our top 2 guys in the point standings for the championship this year. Coming out of Denver, Colorado, give it up for Dante Tabuyo Ocho. Dante has such a deep bag of tricks. What is he going to bring out here today? Backflip tail whip over the Spox to start things off. known for making all of his tricks look smooth and effortless. Dante setting up for the box jump. Going under flip over the box that time. 25 seconds left on the clock, Dante. Dante going truck driver over the street spine. Right into a flare bar spin. Oh, just sliding out on that one. Fortunately for Dante, this is a best run counts format, so he is going to be able to come out in run number 2 and clean things up. Next guy to drop in was our first place finisher about a month ago in Woodward East. Give it up right now for Joe Nix. Joe starting things off full speed ahead at the 9-foot big can. 360 seat grab Indian over the box jump. Going 540 on that elevated quarter pipe. 30 seconds left on the clock, Joe. Joe X up on that 9-foot alley-oop 360 transfer from the box lip over to the Spox. You got about 15 seconds left on the clock, Joe. 360 can over that street spine. Flare on the quarter pipe right afterwards. Utilizing those front brakes with that 360 nose pick. 5 more seconds, Joe. And that is going to be time. Finishing up with that 540 Canadian nose pick. Make some noise for Joe Nix. So all of our riders here in heat number 2 of the Open Expert class have completed their first runs. The judges are tallying the scores on Joe before we go back to the top of the order. Coming out of Parker, Arizona, let's welcome him back to the course. Make some noise for Chase Bruno. Chase starting things off with a massive tail whip over the box jump. Tabletop transfer. Big flip down that step down transfer from Chase. Flare on the wedge wall. You got about 25 seconds left on the clock, Chase. Keep it going, man. Chase looking to bring the speed back up, transferring across. Double backflip out of Chase, and he pulled it. Woodward Camp, make some noise for Mr. Chase Bruno. Oh my goodness, 2 times around from Mr. Chase Bruno. Wow, Chase is stoked on that one. Letting it rip here in run number 2. Next rider that we're going to bring in for their second run, coming out of Ohio. Give it up for Zoa Cross. Zoa starting things out, double tail whip from the quarter to wedge. .30 seconds left on the clock for Zoa here in run number 2. Zoa looking to build up some speed for that Spox, going 360 downside tail whip over the Spox. Zoa, you got about 10 seconds left, man. Zoe going for that 360 double tail whip. The bike just getting a little too far away from him on that one to get it back underneath him. Moving right down the order, another Parker, Arizona rider. We just saw his brother do a double backflip. Let's get loud for Tyler Bruno! Tyler starting things off with a big tuck no-hander over the turkey tail. Bar spin over that spine on the deck. Looking for that 360 tuck no-hander on the box jump. You got about 25 seconds left on the clock, Tyler. Tyler coming into the box jump section. Going tire grab over the box jump. Having some fun out there in run number 2. 10 seconds left, Tyler. Tyler transferring into that 9-foot. Going 360 backflip. The Bruno brothers absolutely are letting it rip out here this weekend. Next rider to drop in for their second run. Another member of the Quickie Mart crew. Give it up for Steve Carr. Steve starting things out, looking for that 360 backwards manual once again. Steve going knack-knack over the street spine, 1-foot tabletop from the quarter to wedge. Manual up to that pedal saw 270, just dipping off the back of the bike on that one. Steve, you still got 20 seconds left if you want it, man. Looks like he's waving that one off. Make some noise for Steve Carr. Next rider that we're going to bring in for their second run of heat number 2, coming out of Oregon, give it up for Nathan Glade. We saw Nathan have a great run number 1, looking to build on that here in run 2. Massive flare to start things off. 360 downside tail whip over the street spine. Nathan, you got about 20 seconds left on the clock. 360 double tail whip over the spocks. Nathan making his way over to the box jump section. Building up some speed. Triple tail whip once again from Nathan, straight to the pedals. And that is going to be time for run number 2 from Nathan. Looks like the scores are in for Nathan, so we are going to keep moving down the order here in heat number 2 of the Open Expert class. Next guy that we are going to bring in for his second run, give it up for Justin Lobb. Justin, a part of that quickie mark crew, starting things out. Backflip over the spocks. Slipping a pedal, but keeping it rolling out here in run number 2. Justin going 360 over the spocks. 25 seconds left on the clock, Justin. Carving around that far side of the park course, transferring from the tranny pyramid into the volcano. 540 onto the box, just having to get off the bike on the rollout. Put your hands together for Justin Lobb.
I don't know what's going on. Trainer.
We got 3 more riders to take their second runs here in heat number 2 of the Open Expert class. Next guy to drop in for his second run of the afternoon, coming out of Reno, Nevada. Give it up for Owen Davis. Owen starting things off, backflip, tail whip over the spocks. Owen charging into the box jump section. What's he got for us here in run number 2? Owen, 360 downside tail whip. Just missing the bike on that one. He is back on his feet and okay, which is what we like to see out here. Make some noise one more time for Reno, Nevada's Owen Davis. That means we got 2 riders left here in the Open Expert class, and they happen to be our top 2 riders in the point standings. We saw him slide out in run number 1. I know he is hungry to clean things up in run number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Denver, Colorado's Dante Tabuya Ocha. Again, this guy has such a deep bag of trips. You never know what he's going to bring out. Backflip, tail whip over the spocks. Dante looking to turn things up here in run number 2. Going into the box jump, triple tail whip right to the pedals from Dante. Bar spin up that waterfall hip. You got about 20 seconds left on the clock, Dante. 360 downside tail whip over the street spine, right into a flare on that 7-foot. Tail whipping his way back over the spine. 10 seconds remaining, Dante. With 5 seconds left, Dante looking to the spocks. Under flip, bar spin at the buzzer. Make some noise for Dante. Ladies and gentlemen, we have ourselves a pressure cooker here this afternoon. Whichever one of these riders finishes above each other, I'm pretty sure is going to be taking home that national championship title here in the Open Expert class. One more rider to drop. Woodward West, make some noise for Joe Nix. Joe visualizing his run. And in he goes, cranking towards that 9-foot quarter pipe. Starting things off, 360 X up over the box jump. 540 on the quarter pipe from Joe here early in run number 2. Joe going alley-oop, 360 double tail whip. Oh, just falling off the bike. Joe absolutely going for it in run number 2. Unfortunately, going down on that 360 double tail whip transfer. So he is going to have to rely on his first run scores. Joe back in, doing it for the crowd this time. There it is. Make some noise for Joe Nix. Ladies and gentlemen, that means all of our riders here in the Open Expert class have completed both of their runs. The judges are tallying the scores, and we are going to find out where these riders rank up for round number 6 here at Woodward West, as well as how the points are going to fall for that national championship title. You can see Dante and Joe, the two guys in the points running, congratulating each other. Great sportsmanship out of both of these riders and phenomenal riding from everybody in the Open Expert class here this weekend. It has truly been an honor to be a part of this thing, and thank you guys so much. We can't wait to see what the future holds for these amateur series.
Well, I'm feeling better. I was feeling insane. About half of it, I was literally like, whoa, I'm just like, damn, it's all over. I'm gonna either throw up or faint.
That's what I was like, you know the trash can's there, first off. I know it looked empty or full.
Sorry, I was literally, there was a second there about halfway through. I was like, dude, I don't know if I'm gonna make it through this heat.
No, I know, you did not look right. I was like,
No, I was feeling rough.
Yes, we are going to open up the course at this time to our elite men's Group 1 riders.
won the Dante won for the overall. How many do you have there? How many do we have total? What's this? 14. I think we have enough. We have 18. Correct, 18 total. You good? Do we? What's on the inside of that box? Oh, okay. I could ship them one. So whoever it is, fourth place, we'll ship them one or something like that. Okay. Okay, let's go. Sorry.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the scores are in for the Open Expert class.
Ship them.
Coming in 18th today, give it up for Zoa Cross. Zoa, he is making his way over to the podium. Our 17th place finisher on the weekend, Mr. Justin Lobb. Justin, please report to the podium.
Pass them.
Finishing in 16th, Octavio Castillo. Finishing in 15th, Steve Carr. Our 14th place finisher is Owen Davis. '13th on the weekend goes to Ian Oliver. '12th place, Tyler Bruno. Our 11th place finisher today is Michael Woodby. The best dressed man in the Open Expert class for sure. Just cracking into the top 10. Give it up for Shane O'Hara. Finishing in 9th place, Nicholas De La Costa.
Yeah, look at that guy. Congrats, nice riding, dude.
Our 8th place finisher is Arlo Hadley. Finishing 7th today, repping the Quickie Mart crew, Lou Uba. Finishing just outside of the top 5, the Style Cat, Adler Cromer. Our 6th place finisher on the weekend. Moving into the top 5 for round number 6 of the 2021 USA BMX Freestyle Series. 5th place on the day, Shane Davis. Shane Davis, are you around? Please report to the podium. He's making his way over. He's been filming some clips.
Sweet, thank you guys.
Yeah, no, thank you. It's got the entry.
4th place. Unfortunately, going down in the beginning of run number 2. I was so excited to see what he had planned for us here this afternoon. Make some noise for Joe Nix. Moving in to our podium positions here at round number 6. Finishing in 3rd, give it up for Nathan Glade. Nathan absolutely crushing it out here all weekend long.
Nice.
That means we got 2 riders remaining here in the Open Expert Division. Finishing in 2nd place, give it up for Dante Tabuyo Ochoa! And you guys know what that means. This young man let it all hang on the line today. Your 1st place finisher, give it up for Chase Bruno! Congratulations to all of our competitors and all these gentlemen on the podium. We are not done just yet, though. We still have to crown an amateur national champion here in the Open Expert class. Like I said, the points race was so close between Joe and Dante. It came down to whoever finished higher today, and that is Dante Tabuya Ochoa! Your 2021 USA BMX Freestyle National Champion in the Open Expert Division. Big congratulations to all of our riders. Congratulations, gentlemen. And we are not done just yet. We are going to move into the C1 Elite Men's Contest here shortly. All right, a C1 UCI Elite Men's competitor. For 60-second runs.
Hey, C1 guys, just a quick note. One rider dropped out, which means you have 15 riders right now, which now means it's straight to finals. There is no final. 2 runs, best run counts. There's not a finals. If anyone doesn't understand that, come see me, Tony D. Bring gifts. 2 runs, 60 seconds, best run counts, no 12-man finals. This is the finals.
All right, Heat 1 riders in the UCI Elite Men's Class. That is going to conclude your warm-up session. Please meet on the flat bottom in front of the box jump for a quick riders meeting. And then we are going to get things underway here in the Elite Men's Division. Again, we've had a correction. We had a rider drop out. So we do not have enough riders to qualify to go into a final. So we're going to go straight to the finals here. These riders in the UCI Elite Men's Division are going to get 2 60-second runs. Best run counts.
Oh yeah, we're gonna make it through. We're gonna pull through here. He's throwing up over there. You had a bad salad. We may need to pull you in. Got you, dude. Oh, great. Okay, let's get this.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the judges, please make your way to your positions. Riders, make your way to your starting positions.
I was like, what? He actually left?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, are you guys ready to get the premier class of the weekend underway? We've seen so much incredible riding so far, and we are not done just yet. We just saw this young man compete in the Open Expert Division. He is now officially moving into the pro ranks from here on out. Make some noise for Joe Nix. Joe pulling double duty out here this weekend. Starting things off with that 360 seat grab Indian over the box jump. 540 on that elevated quarter pipe. 45 seconds left on the clock. Joe going can on the 9-foot. Alley-oop 360 tail whip transfer from Joe. Downside tail whip over that wedge hip. You still got 30 seconds left, Joe. 360 can over the spine, right into a flare on that quarter pipe. Joe, you got 20 seconds left on the clock. Making his way back into the box jump section. Going 540 nose pick on the landing of the box. 10 seconds, Joe. Double foot plant tail whip on that tranny wall. Nollie 360 in, and that is going to be time for run number 1 out of Joe Nix. The judges are tallying the scores for Joe's first run. Next rider to drop in is a local legend here at Woodward West. This guy has been in the area since day one when Woodward West first got built years ago. Coming out of Stallion Springs, California, make some noise for Wesley Hark. Wesley starting out 270 drop in, 360 the box jump backwards. 810 over the hip, right into a massive flip on the next hip. Wesley linking the lines together here. 720 over the street spine, right into a 540 flare. Wesley, you got about 35 seconds left on the clock. Going foot jam to over. We are only halfway into Wesley's run, and we've already seen so many hammers so far. Big flare on the quarter pipe. Right into a 7 on the Spocks. 15 seconds remaining, Wesley. Going nose bonk 180 over the step up. With 10 seconds left on the clock. Wesley coming back towards that 9-foot quarter pipe. Manualing his way across the spine and flaring the channel to end it. Wesley going down on that last flare transfer. An incredible run at number 1 from Wesley Hark. Wow, we are only 2 runs into the UCI contest, and things are already getting insane. The judges tallying the scores on Wesley. Looks like they are ready to go. Next rider to drop for their first run of the weekend. Give it up right now for Jaquin Pinto Soto. "60 seconds on the clock. Starting things out, T-Bog over the box jump, holding it for days on that one. Going bunny hop, tail whip into that bank. Bar spin onto the training pyramid. Opposite bar spin over the Spocks, and that is going to be time for run number 1. Next rider to take his first run of the weekend, Woodward Camp, make some noise for Axel Toro Monroy. Axel starting things off, nosedive 360. Oh, just sliding out on that one. You still got plenty of time on the clock, Axel, 45 seconds remaining. Axel making his way into the box jump side of the course. Big suicide no-hander from Axel over the box jump. 30 seconds on the clock for run 1. Axel going ground chuck over the street spine. Oh, getting a little loose from the quarter to bank. Hold it together, Axel. You got 15 seconds. 180 bar spin up and out of that bank. Finishing it up with the flare. Make some noise for run number 1 from Axel. Next rider to drop in, coming out of Argentina. Give it up for Gabriel Chavez. Truck driver over the box jump backwards, taking it deep on that one. Front flip forwards. 45 seconds left on the clock, Gabriel. Gabriel working this box jump section side of the course. Transferring down that channel, alley-oop 360 step down transfer from Gabriel. You got about 25 seconds left on the clock, man. 360 over that street spine. Looks like he is going to wave things off for run number 1. We're going to be looking forward to seeing him back here shortly in run 2. Two riders left in Heat 1 to take their first runs of the contest. Coming out of Laguna Hills, California, give it up for Tucker Smith. Tucker starting things off, foot jam to over, transferring down into that 9-foot quarter pipe, going double tail whip over the box jump hip. Right into a flip over the next hip, linking that line together perfectly. Oh, truck driver over the spine. Tail whip from the quarter to bank. Tucker, you got about 35 seconds left on the clock. Going tuck, no hander up that step up, right into that double foot plant tail whip. Tucker coming back into the box jump section, turn down on the 9. Nothing to no foot can over the box jump. 15 seconds left for Tucker here in run number 1. Big knack over the turkey tail. Flare from the quarter to bank. Bar spinning over the hip. Oh, hold it together, Tucker. And that is going to be time for run number 1 from Tucker Smith. We got one rider left to take their first run here in heat number 1 of the UCI Elite Men's Contest. Coming out of Glenwood, Maryland, make some noise for Andrew Meyer. Andrew starting things off, truck to down whip over the spocks. Tuck no hander up that step up. Andrew making his way into the box jump side of the course. This guy really shines on the box jump, going backflip bar spin over the box. Andrew, you got 35 seconds left on the clock, man. Keep it going. Truck driver on the street spine on the far side of the park course, right into an alley-oop flare. 25 seconds left on the clock for Andrew here in run number 1. You got 15 seconds left. Andrew looking to build up some more speed for the box jump. 360 double tail whip from Andrew. And that is going to be time for run number 1 from Maryland's Andrew Meyer.
More speed for the box jump.
That means all of our riders in Heat 1 have completed their first runs of the contest. So we are going back to the top of the order. Give it up one more time. This is actually the 4th contest run we're going to see out of this young man here today. This is Joe Nix. 1 minute on the clock. Joe into the course, cranking towards that 9-foot. 360 Superman seat grab to start off run number 2. Right into that 540 once again on the top of that elevated quarter pipe. 45 seconds left on the clock, Joe. 360 double tail whip transfer from Joe. Tail whip over that wedge hip. 30 seconds left, Joe. 360 can over the street spine. Flare whip, all holding it together. You got about 20 seconds left on the clock, Joe. Cramming so many bangers into this run so far. Joe making his way back towards the box jump. 10 seconds on the clock. 720 nose pick to fakie. Just having to step off the bike. That is going to be time for run number 2 from Joe Nix. The judges tallying the scores on Joe. Looks like the scores are in for Nix, so we're going to move into our next rider, the local boy from Stallion Springs, California. Give it up for Wesley Hark. We saw Wesley have an insane run at number 1, starting things out with that 270 drop in. Wesley with a massive alley-oop downside whip transfer. 270 from the street spine up into that turkey tail. Wesley twisting the throttle, backflip down the waterfall hip. You got about 40 seconds left on the clock, Wes. Wes going 8-10 once again on the box jump hip. Backflip over that next hip. You got 30 seconds left on the clock, Wesley. Wesley going the distance with that flare over the channel. You got about 15 seconds remaining, Wes. Berman around looking to bring the speed back up. Flare in the opposite direction. Both ways with the flare over the channel from Wesley. And a flip to fakie. Oh, just sliding out on that one. Make some noise for Wesley Hark. Looks like the scores are in for Hark, so we are going to keep moving down the order here. Dropping in for run number 2. Give it up for Jarquin Pinto Soto. One minute on the clock. Starting things out with that toboggan over the box jump. Going bunny hop bar spin down into the bank here in run number 2. About 45 seconds remaining here. Tail whip over the spocks in the center of the park course. A nollie bar spin up and out of that wedge. Going opposite bar spin back down into the bank. Bar spin on to bar spin off. Oh, just bobbling a hand on that one. Looks like he is waving that off for run number 2. Make some noise for Jaquin. We are about halfway through Run number 2 of our Heat 1 competitors here in the UCI Elite Men's Division. Next guy to drop in for his second run of the weekend, give it up for Axel Toro Monroy. 1 minute on the clock. There's that upside down, dumped out 360 from Axel to start things off in run number 2. Axel setting back up for the Spox, going 360 bar spin this time. 35 seconds left on the clock. Axel making his way into the box jump section. Axel going suicide no-hander, clapping his hands behind his back on that one. You got about 20 seconds left on the clock. Axel looking to finish strong here in run number 2. Going ground chuck over the street spine, right into that look back, quarter to bank. 5 seconds left. Axel wrapping things up with that 180 bar spin. Make some noise for run number 2 out of Axel Toro Monroy. We got 3 riders yet to take their second run here in heat number 1. This guy got a little offline in the beginning of his first run, and I am excited to see what he is going to bring out here in run number 2. Coming out of Argentina, give it up for Gabriel Chavez. Starting things out, truck driver over the box jump backwards. Gabriel charging back towards the box. Backflip, double tail whip. Holding it together. 45 seconds left on the clock, Gabriel. Steezing it out over the box jump backwards. Big T-bog on that 9-foot. Cash roll over the box forwards. Big tail whip transfer right into that alley-oop 360. 25 seconds left, Gabriel. Big 360 can over the street spine. You got about 15 seconds left on the clock. Gabriel lighting it up here in run number 2. Alley-oop 450 into that opposite downside tail whip. And that is going to be time for run number 2 for Argentina's Gabriel Chavez. Gabriel absolutely dropping hammers out here in run 2. Some highlights, definitely that backflip double tail whip, following it up with the cash roll. Judges are tallying the scores on Gabriel before we bring in our next rider for their second run. Looks like the scores are in, so we are moving back to Laguna Hills, California. Give it up for Tucker Smith. 60 seconds on the clock. Tucker starting things out on the box jump side of the course. Big one-hander on that 9-foot. Going double grab Superman from Tucker. Bar spin transfer over to the far side of the park course. Tucker turned down over that turkey tail. Big 540. Oh! Tucker just sliding out. You still got 30 seconds left on the clock if you want it, Tucker. Tucker doing it for the fans out here in run number 2. Going cliffhanger over the box jump. The first and probably only cliffhanger we're going to see out here this afternoon. Knack to late can. Oh, just sliding that 540 around. And that is going to be time for run number 2 out of Tucker Smith. Tucker sliding out on that 540 and coming back out and putting on a show for the fans out here this weekend. That means we have one rider left to take their second run here in heat number 1. Coming out of Glenwood, Maryland, give it up for Andrew Meyer. 60 seconds on the clock. Starting out truck to down whip over the spocks. Bar spin up that step up. Andrew making his way into the box jump section. This guy has some of the most progressive box jump tricks out there. What's he gonna show us here in run 2? Backflip bar spin to late tail whip. Oh my goodness, Andrew absolutely laying it all on the line here in run number 2. Going flare bar spin on that 7-foot quarter pipe. 20 seconds left on the clock, Andrew. Andrew going 360 double bar spin over the street spine. Alley-oop flare, 10 more seconds, man. Turn down over that tranny pyramid hip. Looks like he's waving that off. Put your hands together for Andrew Meyer. Andrew's going out with a bang with that flip bar to late whip over the box jump. Ladies and gentlemen, and that means all of our riders here in heat number 1. Oh my goodness! Gabriel Chavez coming out and giving us a laid out double backflip just for the fans on that one. Gabriel, thank you for that. Knowing that the judges weren't going to score it, he said, I got a show to put on for everybody out here at Woodward West this weekend. All right, our Heat 1 riders have all completed their second and final runs, which means at this time, we're going to bring our Heat 2 riders out for a warm-up session. Heat 2 in the C1 Elite Men's Division. You guys have about 10 minutes of warm-up. First 3 riders to drop in heat number 2 are going to be as follows: Brady Baker, Chase Pauza, and Ryan Nyquist. Heat 2 riders, you guys have about 3 minutes of warm-up remaining.
I'll do that, yeah.
You got it, or you want me to?
Oh, you can, because my phone's about to die. So we do this.
Oh,
So you just hit start and then it'll hit you.
okay. All right, riders. That is going to be practice right there. Again, you're going to have 2 60-second runs coming up. Shout out to Andrew for holding it down on the mic, getting on it right here. Our first rider is going to be Brady Baker. Brady Baker, get yourself ready. Where is he at? He's over there. Judges, you got him in the back corner by the Red Bull wall ride.
Are we good, guys? Okay, let's go.
All right, your run is starting right now, Brady Baker. There he is.
All right, and Brady is in. Check it out. Now in Bakersfield, California. Tail whip over the box jump backwards. Coming at the box. Big backflip, double bar spin. Getting himself right back at it. Big tuck no-hander at the top of the wall waterfall. X up, coming over the box jump backwards. Brady is on it right now. Yes, Brady. Double whip over the box. Superman seat grab, Indian air. Coming at it right there. Check this out. Wow, 360 down whip over this box. Straight into flare to the slant wall. Bar spin over the long and low box. He's got 5 seconds left as he goes up onto that Red Bull wall. Coming back over the box. 2, 1, and that is going to be time for Brady Baker. Yes, Brady, what a crazy run. Lighting it up for group number 2 right there. Our next rider is going to be Chase Paza. Chase holding it down for Woodward East. All right, Chase up on his bike, charging up over that spine on the top. Foot jam right there. Jumping into the 9-foot. Lots of speed. Yo, 360 bar spin. Straight into tabletop on that. Bar spin up the waterfall. Lucky grind to Tooth. Coming back down the waterfall with a bar spin. Chase is on it. Always flying around the course. Look at that massive tuck no-hander. He's got 36 seconds left. Big wall ride on that Red Bull wall ride right there. Airing that steep 4-foot quarter in the back corner. Yo, 360 over the long and low box. Straight into a bar spin on the extension. 20 seconds left with a big 180 T-bog right there. Getting the rollout clean. Yes, Chase. You got just over 10 seconds as he comes over the box jump backwards. Yo, going the other direction on that. First rider we've seen do that, and he's got 3, 2, 1, and that is going to be time for Chase with that massive transfer at the end. That is gnarly right there. Yes, Chase. We're going to give the judges just a moment to get Chase's scores dialed in, and then Ryan Nyquist is on deck, getting himself ready. Super hyped to have him out here. Excited to see he took a run earlier in disguise, but now it's time for him to get to business. Ryan Nyquist. All right, Ryan getting to the pedals, getting himself set, and here we go. 60 seconds on the clock. Yo, big bar spin over the box jump backwards. Straight into a massive suicide over the 9-foot. Yo! 720 double bar spin. Yes, Ryan. On it right there. Toothpick on that waterfall quarter pipe manual and over into a big transfer. Yo, slinging the bars. Let's go. Alley-oop 270, suicide no-hander. Gapping himself. Yo, spinning down the waterfall right there. Ryan is on it, jumping over the box jump. He's got just over 20 seconds left on the clock. Yo, backflip suicide no-hander. Yes, Ryan. Linking it all together. He's got 15 seconds. Coming at the street spine. Yo, alley-oop bar spin right there, spinning up. He's got 5 seconds left. Yes, spinning all over the course. Ryan destroying it, and that is time. Give it up for Ryan Nyquist. Yes, Ryan, that was epic. We're going to give our judges, again, a moment to get those scores locked in. And then next we got Jake Leyva holding it down for Tehachapi, California. Jake getting the knuckles from Bryce. Excited to see what he brings to it out here at the championships, making it happen. Woodward West. Judges are getting things dialed in after Ryan absolutely ripped the course up. We got all the scores in. Jake is up on the bike. Here we go. 60 seconds for Jake Leyva. Spinning over that box backwards. Coming to the 9-foot ice. Jumping up to that elevated spine. 180 down whip. Catching it clean. Let's go, Jake. Coming back at us. 360. Tail tap to whip. That was insane. Jake is on it right here. 1, 2, 3. Jake ripping it up over the box jump. Yo, Canadian foot jam right there. He's got 30 seconds left on the clock. Coming back into a massive tabletop transfer right there. Yo, no way. Almost touching the ceiling with that wall ride to tuck no hander. Oh, slipping the bells. He's still got 15 on the clock as he keeps it going right here. Check this out, transferring back down on that elevated extension Superman C grab. 3, 2, 1, and that is going to be time for Jake Leyva. Wow, that wall ride to tuck no hander was no joke. I'm pretty sure his hands grazed the ceiling on that. What an epic way to get him started right there. Our judges are going to get those. And next up, we got Jeremy Malott. He's getting himself set up. He's got just a moment as the judges get the scores inputted, as that was crazy for Jake right there. Jeremy getting himself set on top of the box jump. We will get this going. He is set. Jeremy, good to go? All right, Jeremy dropping in, 60 seconds on the clock. Here we go. Jeremy rose to the 9 foot to get himself started. 1, 2, 3, tail whips and that 360 right there with the box jump. Bar spin up the waterfall hip right there. Coming at the street spine, massive 360 tuck no hander, straight into flare whip from the quarter to the extension. Getting it started solid right here. Jeremy transferring from that. Yo, double downside whip down that. He's got 30 seconds on the clock right here. Maxing out the 9 foot, coming at the box jump. Yes, 360 flip, done to perfection right there. Big bar spin transfer. He's got just under 20 seconds left on the clock as he's coming at the hip. Big tuck no hander on the hip with 10 seconds left. Jeremy, 360 bar spin right there. 5 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. And this is going to be at the buzzer. 540 flare at the buzzer for Jeremy. What an action-packed run right there. Yes, Jeremy. All right, those judges, that was insane for Jeremy right there. It's awesome. Him and Daniel got it going on at Lake Havasu. They got some rad stuff set up out there. Stoked to see what keeps coming out of that. Our next rider is going to be Caden Stone. Don't go yet, Caden. The judges are getting that dialed in, just letting you know that you are up next. He is up on top of the waterfall. Shane giving him the knuckles. All right, Caden, whenever you're set, we are good to go. And Caden is in. Super stoked to see him doing it for free agent out here. Coming at the 9 foot, maxing out that air. What's he got on the box jump? Yo, going the hip direction on it. Throwing the bar straight into a double whip over that hip. Shark fin and out of the curve wall ride. Check this out, truck driver over the street spine, straight into a flare bar spin from the quarter to the extension. Caden ripping back across the course with 30 seconds on the clock, all the way up to the top of that extension. Check this out, T-Bog over the hip backwards, maxing out the 9 foot, coming to the box jump. Yo, cash roll right there. Yes, Caden, straight into bar spin up that waterfall. He's got 15 seconds left on the clock as he goes over the peacock with a double tail whip. Jumping up to the top of the extension. He's got 5 seconds left. Getting that speed over the hip. Yo, yes, Caden, 2, 1, and that is going to be time for Caden Stone. Yes, Caden, way to light it up right there. Epic run, super stoked to have him out here, doing it for Hot Wheels, doing it for free agent. Our judges are inputting those scores as Caden came out swinging. That cash roll was so awesome over the box jump right there, making it happen. Shout out to his family out here, always cheering him on. Jamie and Justin stoking him up. Love the family aspect of it, and we are good to go. Our next rider is going to be Daniel Sandoval.
No, Bryce Tryon.
Oh, sorry. My bad on that. Bryce Tryon. Bryce, Daniel, my bad on that. Bryce, you good to go, my man? Bryce is set, and he's dropping in. Yes, Bryce charging in. Bryce ripping it up at X Games earlier. Wow! Flare one-footed table. That was so epic. Bryce straight to business. Transferring. Yo, one-footed table down that waterfall hip. Yo, suicide. No-hander over the box jump backwards. Roast to the 9-foot. Straight into a front flip over the box jump right there. Yes, Bryce, you got 30 seconds on the clock. Jumping down the waterfall, roasting over the box jump backwards. Check this out. Bryce coming at the box jump. Yo, going for that cash roll. He's going to wave it off right there. Bryce with that huge flare one-footed table to start off the run. That was epic. Excited to see what he brings to the table in run number 2. As the judges are getting his scores inputted. Yes, Bryce, you got that. Come back strong. Run number 2. As we get ready, and now we are going to have Daniel Sandoval. Once the judges are set, hold on, Daniel. They are getting that last score inputted, and you are going to be good to go. Holding it down for Free Agent and Red Bull. Daniel is on it lately again, making that move out to Lake Havasu, Arizona. Such an epic place to be, and excited to see what they keep doing to the scene out there in Lake Havasu. But right now, all the scores are in for Bryce, and we are ready for Daniel. Daniel, when you're set, game on. All right, here we go. Daniel to the pedals, coming at the box hit backwards to start his run off. Getting huge air on the 9-foot, coming to the box jump. Yes, no way. 360 bar spin downside. What? Daniel is absolutely on it right now with a massive truck driver in the transfer straight into a 3 down whip, straight into insane spins right there from the quarter to the extension. He's got 30 seconds on the clock from the 7-foot to the 9-foot. Yo, cash roll over the box jump right there. Bar spinning up the waterfall hip. He's got 20 seconds left on the clock. Coming at the street spine. Yes, first rider we've seen do that transfer right there. Big tuck no-hander on the 7-foot. Yes, front flip over the spine with 10 seconds left. That front flip was insane on the Spox. He's got 5, 4, 3, tuck no-hander, 2, 1, and that is going to be time for Daniel Sandoval. Yes, Daniel. Wow. Putting all kinds of different combos, all the different tricks together right there. Daniel having some fun. Big smile on his face after that run. That was awesome. Getting the knuckles, getting the stoke from the crowd out here. You all have been amazing from start to finish this lovely Saturday. So back to the top. Back to Brady Baker. All right, once the judges get it set, we are going back to the top of the run order with Brady Baker. Brady, we are good to go when you are set, my man. Yeah, Brady, good to go when you're ready. The crowd going wild. They're excited. Brady, you're good to go. All right, Brady up to the pedals. Dropping in on that elevated 4-foot. Coming at the box hip backwards. Smooth tail whip, catching all the transition, jumping that backwards. Coming back to the box. Yo, backflip, bar catch, bar. Bar spin in the opposite direction, up that waterfall right there. Coming over the box jump with an X up. Yes, Brady, absolutely on it right now. Double whip over the hip. Yes, Brady putting it together. Superman Indian Air with 30 seconds left on the clock. Brady linking it together. 3 downside whip over the street spine, straight into a flare from the quarter to extension. Throwing the bars over the long and low box. He's got just under 20 seconds left on the clock as Brady comes back at the box jump. Hip backwards, 1-footed table. You got 10 seconds, Brady. 10 seconds coming at the Spox. Straight into flip whip. He's got 3, 2, 1, and that is time for Brady Baker. Yes, Brady. just recently making the move to Bakersfield, California from New Jersey. He was out at Woodward East for the summer, making it happen out there. And look at the stoke. Everyone on the sidelines giving him the knuckles. Yes, Brady. All right, our next rider is going to be Chase. Chase, whenever you are ready, we are good to go. Chase throwing up the shaka. He's ready to go. Coming on that elevated street spine. Foot jam over it, jumping into the 9-foot. That's such a gnarly jump in. Smooth truck driver over the box jump. Throwing the bars up the waterfall. Lucky to tooth. Yes, Chase. Yo, Chase 360 and down the waterfall right there. Coming to that massive hip transfer with a toboggan. Up to those Red Bull sunglasses with a wall ride on the Peacock right there. He's got 30 seconds left on the clock. Hipping down the waterfall hip, jumping the box jump backwards. Always a treat to watch Chase ride with a proper X up right there. Straight into a one-footed tabletop over the hip. Yo, one-footed Euro right there over the other hip. He's got 15 seconds left on the clock. Wow, the ground chuck over the street spine. And he's going to call it right there. Give it up for Chase. Yeah, Chase. Hyped to have him out here. He's always holding it down at Woodward East. Always a treat getting to hang with him. Chase is a man, always doing some crazy gaps, crazy lines. All right, we got the scores in. Our next rider is going to be Ryan Nyquist. Ryan, when you're ready, we are good to go. Ryan up on that waterfall, atop the waterfall, charging in. Yes, throwing the bars over the box jump backwards. Starting off proper one-handed X up. Yo! No way. Yes, Ryan. Straight throw, double bar backflip right there. Ryan is on it, cranking into this hip. Straight throw, double bar over the hip. Check that out, bar to bar back. Yes, Ryan on it. He's got 30 seconds on the clock as he comes down with a one-handed X down the waterfall hip. Coming over the box jump backwards, 540 bar on the 9-foot, 20 seconds left, Ryan. Keeping it going. Oh, Ryan's gonna call it right there. Give it up for Ryan. That was insane. That 9-foot is no joke. Throwing the bars in a 540. Yes, Ryan. The straight throw, double bar backflip. What a treat to have Ryan out here ripping it up. We got just a moment as the judges put these scores in, but our next rider is going to be Jake Leyva. Excited to see Jake bring it. Again, that wall ride was insane in his first run, and we are good to go, Jake. Making sure the course is clear, and Jake is in the mix. Here we go, Jake coming over the box hip, backwards, spinning it right into that ice on the 9-foot. Check this out, 180 down whip. Oh, running in, but keeping it going. Yes, Jake. Jake coming back at that elevated spine. 360 tail tap whip right there. Yes, Jake. Back into the 9-foot. Triple whip. Oh, sliding out. Jake, you still got 30 seconds left on the clock. And he's right back to his bike, getting cheered on by Alana and Jordan. And here we go, Jake keeping it rolling. He's still got 20 seconds on the clock. Manualing down the waterfall. Check this out, all eyes on that Red Bull wall ride as he transfers up into it. Yes, maxing out the height meter. He's got 5 seconds left. Jake coming back over that. 3, 2, 1, and that's gonna be time for Jake Leyva. Yes, Jake. Sliding, but keeping it going. All right, so the judges are getting those scores inputted. Once they get them all inputted, we will be going to Jeremy Malott. But we have just a moment as those judges put it in. Jake spending some time with Alana and Jordan, his son. So awesome having them out here to cheer him on. And we are good to go. Jeremy, when you're set, we are set. Jeremy getting locked in. He's on the pedals. Here we go. Jeremy dropping in. Coming over the box jump. Manualing over it backwards. Getting some huge air on the 9-foot. 1, 2, 3. Tail whips in that 360. Tuck no hander up the waterfall hip. Bar spin in that transfer into the elevated 4-foot. Maxing out the height meter on that 360 tug no hander straight into a flare whip from the quarter to extension. He's got 30 seconds left on the clock as Jeremy comes over that transfer in the switch direction straight into a double downside whip down that waterfall hip. He's got 20 seconds left on the clock. Getting some massive air on the 9-foot. Yo! Absolutely perfect 360 backflip right there. Can. Quarter extension, yo, Superman C grab. He's got 10 seconds left. Big tug no hander on the long and low box. 5 seconds, Jeremy coming to this box. 360 double, 2, 1, and that is time for Jeremy Malott. Yes, Jeremy, yo, and 1 for the crowd. Backflip fakie right there, love it. What a way to cap it off. Yes, Jeremy. Those 360 triple whips are insane, and textbook 360 backflips right there for Jeremy. Putting it together, holding it down for free agent and monster. Hyped to have Jeremy out here, getting to hang with his dad over there. Yeah, Jeremy. He is newly married as well. Super stoked. He just got married in September. Hyped for Jeremy in that. All right, the judges are getting those scores tabulated, and then we are going to be going to Caden Stone. Caden, when you're ready, we are good to go. All right, Caden dropping in, getting cheered on by the family straight. No way! 4 times around for Caden right there. Bar spin to that elevated 4-foot. Yes, Caden. Double truck driver over the street spine straight into a flare bar spin right there. Caden is on it. Yo, T-Bog up that step up all the way to the top of that slant wall. He's got 30 seconds left as he comes over that box hit backwards, maxing out the 9-foot. Yes, Caden. Yo, smooth cash roll right there. Bar spinning up that waterfall hip. He's got 20 seconds left on the clock. Caden keeping it rolling with that double whip over the peacock. Yo, toboggan from the quarter to the extension. 10 seconds left. Bar spin to tuck no hander over the volcano. 5 seconds left. Caden ripping around that back bank bull corner. 3, 2, 1, and that is going to be time for Caden Stone. Yeah, Caden getting the stoke from all the homies right there. What a way to start it off with that quad whip over the hip. Absolutely insane, Caden. Holding it down for Hot Wheels and free agent. All right, as our judges get the scores all locked in, we are going to be going to Bryce Tryon over in the back corner in just a moment. All right, Bryce, when you are ready, you are good to go. Getting the stoke from Daniel. Love the camaraderie out here. Making it happen. All right, Bryce is getting himself hyped up, ready to go for run number 2. He wants to stoke. He's going to bring something big to the table. Raising the roof. All right, here we go. Bryce, drop it in. 60 seconds on the clock. Look at this speed from the quarter to extension. Flare one-footed tabletop. Straight into a tuck no-hander to bar spin. Bryce is on it right here. Big transfer. One-footed table down that waterfall hip. Roasting the box jump backwards. Check this out. Coming at it straight into that front flip bar spin. Yes, Bryce, 30 seconds on the clock. Tuck no hander on that elevated waterfall quarter pipe. Coming over the box jump backwards. Bryce is absolutely on it right now with 20 seconds left to go. Cash roll, pulling it off. Yes, Bryce, he is on it right here, transferring into that elevated quarter, straight into a one-handed X-up. 10 seconds left, Bryce. Alley-oop flare from the quarter extension, bar spin. 5 seconds left, Bryce. Packing in everything he can. Nollie over that, and that is going to be time for Bryce Tryon. Full pull in his second run, bringing the stoke. Yes, Bryce, That flare one-footed table is an absolute treat to watch as he maxes out the height meter, coming from that quarter to extension right there and mixing it up, throwing that bar spin in the front flip. Yes, Bryce. We are going to have the scores locked in just a moment, and we are going to turn our attention to Daniel Sandoval. He is our final rider out here, run number 2. As we get those scores dialed in, excited. Daniel had a full pull in run number 1, and we are ready for run number 2. Give it up for Daniel Sandoval. All right, Daniel doing it for Red Bull and free agent. Coming in at the box jump, hip backwards. Yes, Daniel charging in at the 9 foot. Getting that height as he brings it to the box jump. Yes, Daniel. No way. What, Daniel, front flipping up the waterfall hip. That was insane. Check this out, 3 down whip over the street spine. Straight into that 540 flare. Yes, Daniel. 30 seconds left on the clock as he goes 7 to 9 foot with the bar spin. Straight into the cash roll over the box. 20 seconds left on the clock as Daniel is ripping up this Woodward West course right here. Check this out. Down whip over the 7 foot hip. Straight into a 3 flip over the Spox. 10 seconds left, Daniel. Bar spin on that back wall. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 360 in. Give it up for Daniel Sandoval. Yes, Daniel. Insane run number 2 right there. Give it up for all these riders out here. That was incredible. Praise the Lord for the safety. That was some insane riding that we just witnessed out here at Woodward West. Absolutely incredible. We are going to give these judges a moment to tabulate all the scores. We are going to ask everyone to head on over to the podium as we get ready to hand out some hardware for the epic riding that we have witnessed out here at Woodward West. The National Championships of the USA BMX Freestyle Series. Making it happen again. Everyone start heading on over to the podium as we get ready to announce our winners out here and crown a national champion. Only competitors?
Yeah, only people who can be in the.
Okay.
Not.
Does he have the money?
Company card.
So I'll just say
Can pause for 1 second. I need to tear down. So give me an hour after podium to tear down, and then they can ride it. So let's just say at 7 o'clock, 7 to 8.
Okay.
7 to 8.
On the course. Everywhere else, though.
All right, we're going to have riding from 7 to 8 on the course. We're going to need to give them an hour to tear down everything on the competition course. But if you have paid for the access riding, or if you were a competitor out here today, you are going to have riding till 8 o'clock. Today, again, we are going to have the actual contest course closed down until 7 o'clock, but you're going to be able to ride the rest of the things. I'm pretty sure the dirt jumps are running right now, and we got the Crater open, we got the Junction open, Plaza open, and the Art Park, and the rest of the things around the hangar. We are just going to ask for a moment for tear down on the actual competition course. Again, 7 o'clock. But all of our competitors, you are able to keep riding until 8 o'clock tonight out here at Woodward West. And if you paid for the day ride access, you also can ride until 8 o'clock. All right, so we are going to start going through the order right here. We are going to go through 15th to 4th place, and then we got some awards for the podium after that. So in 15th place, give it up for Axel Toro Monroy. In 14th place, give it up for Joaquin Pinto Soto. In 13th place, give it up for Chase Paza. In 12th place, give it up for Tucker Smith. In 11th place, give it up for Gabriel Chavez. In 10th place, give it up for Andrew Meyer. Sorry about that, Andrew. In 9th place, give it up for Joe Nix. In 8th place, give it up for Brady Baker. In 7th place, give it up for Jake Leva. In 6th place, give it up for Caden Stone. In 5th place, give it up for Bryce Tryon. And in 4th place, give it up for Wesley Hark. And now we are going to give our top 3. We got gear to give out for them, and they are going to be jumping up on the podium. There you go. So in 3rd place, give it up for Jeremy Malott. Yeah, Jeremy, epic riding, getting it done. Yes, Jeremy coming over, ripping it up out there. Yes, Jeremy, holding it down in 3rd place. Yeah, Jeremy. Getting those photos, getting the cameras in place, getting the 2nd place trophy, which is going to go to none other than Ryan Nyquist. Yeah, Ryan. The straight throw double bar backflip was an absolute treat from Ryan Nyquist out here.
Oh, I can do this now. Willie made it.
Yes, Ryan. All right, and that leaves us with 1st place, which goes to Daniel Sandoval. Yeah, Daniel, throwing down, getting himself that top spot on the podium.
Hey, what up? What up? You know we got money for you. Oh, gee.
Yes, what an epic day of riding from start to finish. Make sure if you see any of the riders out there to give them a high five, give them some stoke, because they were all laying it on the line all day. And special shout out to everyone from USA BMX making this series happen. Such an epic thing that they have put together for all these riders all year long. And what a way to cap it off right here, the national championships. Again, we are going to ask that nobody rides the competition course until 7 o'clock. They need some time for teardown, but there is open riding in the rest of the facility out here at Woodward West. So again, please respect the competition area. But again, shout out to all of our riders. Epic day from start to finish. Shout out to all the judges making it happen, as they have a very difficult job and they handled it with ease. Thank you all very much for coming out. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Praise the Lord for the safety, and we out. God bless.
Bye.